Hey all. I've had a lot of strange experiences, but most of them don't belong in this sub. However, there's one that I think is in the ballpark of a glitch that happened to me while driving one night. Here it is. To set the stage and give a little context, I live in southwest Ohio, in a relatively suburban area, and it's basically the last stop before you get into the more rural/woodsy part of town. My neighborhood is basically a perfect halfway point between our town, which has lots of shopping centers, a high school, restaurants, and so on, and the neighboring town, which is way different. Everything in that area has heavy foliage overhead, trees everywhere, much more dark and narrow roads, and much more space between homes and businesses, of which there are noticeably fewer. When you exit my neighborhood, turning left will take you to town, and turning right will take you into the darker, more wooded areas. So, having said all that, my experience happened last fall on a back road to the right of my neighborhood, very late at night, probably 11 p.m. or midnight. I was getting close to home, but I decided to keep driving past my neighborhood, because I was singing along to a song that I love, and felt like continuing my night drive a bit longer. Corny, I know. As I drove and sang, I thought to myself that I would just go on to one of the next available roads, and then turn around in somebody's driveway, or do a U-turn or something whenever the song was over. So, after a minute or two, I turned left onto a road called Mac B Road. I've driven past it a dozen times, but I had never actually turned onto this road until this night. This is when things got strange. I made the turn, and for a brief moment, I felt totally fine and kept on singing. But very quickly, I got a huge rush of super intense anxiety, which is not normal for me at all. I don't scare easily, and frankly, I enjoy driving down spooky roads at night. And this road was pitch black, but other than that, there was nothing exceptionally strange about it. To be honest, I've driven down roads 100 times creepier at night and felt completely fine. So, this was strange, and the feeling really caught me off guard. Anyways, in that moment, I stopped singing and turned my radio off completely. My senses were very heightened, like fight or flight level heightened, and I felt the sudden need to pay extra attention to everything going on around me. I kept driving forward, and for some reason, my blood went cold. I felt a very strong sensation of being watched by someone or something, but I tell you, there was literally nothing around. A few houses to my right, mostly trees and bushes to my left, and it was dark. But I felt fear in a very raw and very real way that I've only felt a handful of times. At this point, something in my gut told me, dude, you've got to get the hell out of here now. Get off this road or something bad is going to happen to you. Find somewhere to turn around, anywhere, and go the hell home. I felt so scared that I was tempted to literally just slam on my brakes and wheel the car around right in the middle of the road. But I was also afraid that if I even slowed down the car for too long, something bad was going to happen. I almost had the sense that something was trying to get my attention and lure me from my path. At the very least, that was something that came to mind. So, I turned around very haphazardly, on a road that I later discovered was still part of Mac B, with more houses and such beneath heavy foliage. That night, I couldn't really tell because it was so dark, It kind of looked like a dead end or cul-de-sac, so I knew I could turn around, even though I did so reluctantly. I slowed down, and I swerved my car back the other way as quick as I safely could. The moment that I turned around was when my fear peaked, and when I truly felt like I was being watched. When I began to slow down, I felt a lurch in my stomach from how real this fear was. I drove way too fast down MacB to go back towards my neighborhood, the whole time feeling like I still couldn't get off that road fast enough. I was literally terrified. What makes this all so bizarre is the fact that I saw nothing. Literally nothing at all. An animal wouldn't bother me. A person out for a late night walk might catch me off guard, but I would have noticed a person, and that wouldn't scare the daylights out of me. Odder still is the fact that since this experience, I've gone up and down the entirety of MacB Road many times, during daylight hours and on pitch black nights, just to try and understand. Part of me wondered if I would feel that same way going down that road again. Perhaps then I could find a logical explanation, like getting vertigo from the road or disoriented from the darkness or, God, I don't know, something. But no, every subsequent drive down this road has been completely normal, and I've felt completely fine. The reason I'm sharing this story here is that I believed I experienced something strange and possibly paranormal that night last fall. I'm not a naturally anxious person, and I'm not really afraid of the dark, just a little cautious. And I love the adrenaline rush of going somewhere dark and spooky. If I were a scaredy cat that got freaked out by things that go bump in the night, this story wouldn't be unusual at all. But I'm telling you, I can count on one hand the number of times I have felt fear like that. And it's honestly kind of shaking, because at this point, it seems to have happened for no discernible reason whatsoever, and it never happened again. I wasn't sad or stressed on my drive home. In fact, I was in a cheerful mood, very energetic, wanting to sing along with the radio and enjoy the sights of the night. I wasn't thinking about anything bad or scary either. This experience was so beyond what's normal for me that I truly believe something beyond conventional explanation is to blame. And again, that's why I'm here tonight. I've read a lot of recent stories about people having glitches while driving, most of which involving the possibility of seeing/driving into other timelines or parallel dimensions. All of those stories are accompanied by a feeling of extreme and unexplainable dread, which is exactly what I felt. Thing is, since I'd never seen this road before, if something was off about it, could it be possible that my mind recognized something was wrong, even though I couldn't tell? Like, maybe there was some kind of extra-dimensional trickery going on, and if it would have happened on a road that I drove down every day, I would have noticed immediately and felt the same. Maybe the timing of this occurrence just so happened to be while I was on a road I'd never seen before, and my fight or flight still kicked in because my heightened senses knew something was wrong. If I'd have seen MacB any time before that night, maybe I would have been able to put my finger on anything specific to cause the fear. I don't know, I'm just rambling at this point. Anyways, I know this may sound like a dude who literally just spooked himself going down a creepy road, but I promise that's not the case. I'm wondering if there could have been a shadow person on that road, and maybe that's why I felt like I was being watched. And as I mentioned, I was nervous about slowing down or stopping because of that subtle concerning feeling that something might try to lure me away from safety if I did stop. I've read a lot of stories about that stuff, and I wasn't about to be another name on that list. So, all this time, I thought maybe some kind of shadow entity, but now I'm wondering if I really did just drive into the Twilight Zone that night. And although I wasn't in any danger, my mind recognized that I had shifted, so to speak, and it caused me to feel heavy panic in order to pay attention to my surroundings and turn back to go home. Who knows? Maybe if I didn't turn around, I wouldn't even be here tonight to type this. Anyways, happy holidays to you all. Be safe and stay weird out there. I vape, and I'm constantly losing it, but I always end up finding it somewhere. Well, on Thanksgiving this year, I lost it as usual. So I started tearing up my entire house, looking for it, and it was nowhere to be found. I had clothing and all kinds of other items piled up on my bed, right? So I literally took each and every single item individually and threw it on the floor in a pile. Nope, it wasn't there at all. It wasn't inside my big tote bag that was on top of the bed as well, because I took everything out of that bag and felt inside of every pocket, turned it upside down, and everything. And every single bag that had a zipper on it that I carry things like lip gloss in one, I use one for my wallet and another for like C cords for my phone and plugs. After looking for it for over an hour and a half, I just gave up. I placed all of the items that were piled up on my bed back on top of my bed and I left. I immediately went to the vape store up the street and bought a brand new setup for $80. I was headed on the way to see a dear friend of mine's mother who had passed away this year, and I spent it with her. She had me unbox the remains of her eldest son, who was an amazing friend for me in my life, previously throughout the years since 1999, and I had my brand new, shiny, pretty colorful setup with me all night long, and I kept up with it. And she had held on to his remains for about 6 months, because neither she nor her youngest son could bear to do it, emotionally, like open the actual box containing them. So, when his mother asked me if I minded unboxing his remains because they couldn't do it, I really truly felt honored, and told her, absolutely, let's do it right now. And that being said, this was a very first for me in my life, and I never imagined what they could look like. I'd never done this before, and I'd envisioned them being round down to a fine powder like sand, but even finer, and it being the color of gray and soot. This bag, when I finally got to it of his remains, it appeared to be his bones, but they were all almost perfectly shaped and round like pebbles or gravel. It looked like a bag of gravel from far away, and they were perfectly the most brightest white you had ever seen. I'm not even sure why I'm explaining this story, but I feel like maybe it may have some significance or play a part in this. I'm not sure. Long story short, I went to leave, and I had a lot of bags with me that night because we were supposed to do a beauty girl night, and we didn't. So, the last thing I was looking for was my new, pretty, shiny blue vape, and quickly I found it on top of the kitchen counter where I had last left it. So, as I was gathering up all of my bags and things that she gave me, including the things that I bought, I realized I wasn't sure where I then put my vape. I went to the car and did the same thing I did in the previous incident with my vape I lost at the house, and literally took everything out of every bag and could not find it. I didn't want to, but I had to walk all the way back up the stairs back to my friend's mother's house and knock on her door. She and I looked for it for a minute, and it was nowhere. And to this minute that I'm typing this, it still has not shown up. So I don't know where it went. So here's where it gets really good. Upon my return home, where nobody else lives but me, and nobody else has access to it but me, except my animals, and there are 4 right now, I sat down my items that I had brought with me in the living room. I walked into my bedroom and put up my clothing that I was wearing in my closet, and the minute I turned around and walked out, I walked right by my bed, which was to my right. And right in front of that tote bag that I talked about earlier, laid my original vape, in plain sight. And also, I have something else that happened to me about 2 weeks ago. I lost my purse, and there's no plausible explanation for it. It was as if it disappeared into thin air. It has yet to show up or get turned in to anyone at the grocery store or gas station in the same parking lot where I was, nor has it showed up on the ground at my apartment or any other vehicle that I was in that night. And we only went to my ex-fiance's apartment that night to clean. It's not there. It's not anywhere. Just like my vape that still hasn't shown up. The blue shiny one. That thing disappeared into thin air, I think, too. I'm wondering why the white vape all of a sudden appeared again. Does anyone have any help or an explanation for this? Or has anybody else experienced this? Update. My neighbor, Lana, has a key to my apartment, and last Wednesday night, I came home from work to a piece of mail on my counter with a white Starbucks gift card laying on top of it. It said something about joining a rewards program. Lana is always doing nice things for me because of stress, and I did not say anything. Thursday, I texted her to see if she would mind taking my dog out a few times, as it was my company's event, and I didn't know what time I would be home. She mentioned to me that she had left me that gift card on the countertop, and I thanked her, and that was it. I do not know when I put the white gift card in my wallet, but she was just over there, the following Monday, a few minutes ago. She was standing where the mail was with the red Starbucks gift card in the exact same place as the white one. She said, "Girl, this is the $25 gift card I got from my uncle who ended up not liking Starbucks. That's why I gave it to you." I thought it was strange, and had distinctly remembered putting, at some point, the gift card, which was white, into my wallet. So I immediately looked in there, and I found it. We were both completely confused, and just like, what the hell? Because while I do regularly go to Starbucks, I am able to use a friend's partner number all the time for either free or discounted orders. So I have no reason to think that I would have put money on a card, and have not been gifted any other cards by anyone. I called to check the balance on the white Starbucks card, and there was $11.06 in the balance on the white card. Lana is very attentive to details, and she misses nothing. So, what the hell? Where did this random card come from? And in the exact location as the red one that she claims was the original one that she left? So, I have a glitch story that some could look at and equate as a potential false memory, or something that my brain just made up when I was younger, but I've always had a fantastic memory, and I know for a fact that all this happened how I remember it. On top of that, and something that I find interesting, every single time I try to think about this or tell this story to someone, I start to get this weird feeling that I'm about to have a panic attack, which almost feels as if the Matrix, or whatever it is that controls our simulated reality, is trying to get me to forget the old timeline and accept this new one. That said, I remember all of this as it actually happened, and I refuse to be pushed into some alternative dimension that isn't true. This happened back when I was 12, which was about 10 years ago. Now, I know that some of you may say, well, you were a kid. You probably just don't remember it right. But I promise you, I remember all of this very vividly and in intricate detail. At this point, my family lived in a small house in Missouri. I'm not going to say where specifically for security reasons. It was just myself, my parents, and my brother, and we were fairly separated from most of our family, with the exception of our aunt on our mother's side. The start of this whole event happened when my paternal grandmother passed away. It was the end of June, and my brother and I were out of school for the summer when my parents got the call. Apparently, my grandmother had died unexpectedly and suddenly in her sleep, and my grandfather was trying to figure everything out in a panic. The problem was that, as stated, his only son, my father, lived in Missouri, and they lived in upstate New York. At this point, my dad makes a firm decision that he needs to fly up north to help his father take care of everything, and my mom says that she's going to go with him, as he may need the emotional support. It was decided that my brother and I would stay with my aunt in St. Louis, while my parents flew out to New York to take care of my grandfather and my grandmother's affairs. Now here's what I remember happening. I remember my aunt coming to get my brother and I remember loading my stuff into the car alongside my brother, and I remember telling my parents goodbye. I specifically remember telling them that I hoped they enjoyed New York. I remember this because it was something a stupid kid would say. They were going for a funeral. They weren't going to be enjoying it at all. Anyways, after that, I remember getting in the car with my aunt, and as we were driving, my aunt tells us that we were going to go to Six Flags during the week we were staying with her. I remember being incredibly excited for this, and I remember the two of us genuinely having an amazing time with my aunt and uncle, going on all the rides, and that I specifically loved the roller coasters. Overall, it was probably the best week of my childhood. We got to spend time with my aunt and uncle, and they didn't have kids, so they spoiled us. We got to go to Six Flags, and really just have a great week that summer. When we got home, my parents were already back at the house, and I know I've said this a few times, but I specifically remember that my father gave me a snow globe that had the skyline of New York. This globe was absolutely gorgeous, and I genuinely loved everything about it. It was one of my prized possessions as a child, and I kept it on a shelf, and I never really even touched it. But I always knew it was there, and I genuinely loved it. Now here is where the glitch, or timeline shift, or whatever, occurs. When I hit 19, I was ready to move out of the house and into my own apartment. A friend of mine had saved up the money to pay what we needed, and we both had a steady job for our age, and we were excited to move forward with our lives. When I was packing up my room and boxing away all of my stuff, I got to the point where I was clearing off my shelf, and I paused. There were various little knickknacks, items, trophies from school, but no snow globe. I just kind of sat there and I stared for a moment, trying to think about where I could have put it, considering it was one of my most cherished items as a child. I called my mom into the room, and I asked her if she or Dad had moved my snow globe to another shelf in the house, or if they had just seen it. My mom asks me, "What snow globe?" I tell her it's the one that she and Dad got for me from New York. My mother just stares at me confused. She says that she and Dad had never been to New York. When she said this, I started to feel incredibly strange inside, almost like that panic attack feeling I mentioned before. I stepped down from the ladder and tried to ask if she was feeling okay, and if she had forgotten when the two of them went to New York whenever Grandma passed. She again asked what I was talking about. I called my dad into the room, and I tried to talk to him about it. and he was just as confused, saying they never even went to New York. I tell them that when I was 12, Grandma passed away, and Grandpa was panicking because he didn't know what to do. I said the two of them flew out to New York to help him. My aunt came to get me and my brother, and we stayed with her in St. Louis. And that was the year that we went to Six Flags while we were there. Then, it got even more confusing. My dad's face twisted into genuine confusion, and he said, "Yeah, when you were 12, my mother passed away unexpectedly, but they lived in Chicago. We drove you to your aunt's house on the way there. She didn't come to get you." So now, with this said, I apparently live in a timeline where my grandparents lived in Chicago, and not New York. In this same timeline, my aunt also apparently didn't come to get us. My parents say they supposedly drove us to St. Louis on their way to Chicago. They never brought back a snow globe, and they drove. They didn't fly. I don't understand how any of this is possible, when I have a very vivid memory of the situation. I recall having that snow globe my entire childhood. What's really weird is that I can't recall the last time I actually saw the snow globe. And I'm struggling to remember anything past getting it and putting it on my shelf. And every time I think about it, the memories are foggy, and I start to get that anxious feeling. And like I said, I know this may be incredibly mundane to others, but to me, it's really one of the creepiest things that's ever happened. This happened yesterday, and I'm still annoyed about it. During the week, mornings in my house are chaotic. Because of this, I have a very specific place that I set my sunglasses and house/car/work keys so I can grab them as I run out the door. Yesterday morning was a normal, chaotic morning. Wake up, wake the kiddo, everyone gets dressed, let the dog out, feed the dog, feed the kiddo, make coffee, take meds, grab keys and sunglasses, and run out of the door. All in all, this whole process takes about 30 minutes. Kiddo was finishing breakfast, and I had coffee going in my travel mug. I turned to get my keys, and they aren't there. Okay, no big deal. Maybe I left them on the table. Scatterbrained days happen. I check, not on the table. Maybe I left them upstairs. I don't know why, but who knows? Not upstairs. I ask my kid if he's seen them anywhere. No, he hasn't. He helps me look, and he checks everywhere. We checked garbage cans. We checked the big garbage can out front because I'd been taking recycling out too. Nope, not there. We flipped every room in the house, and they were nowhere to be seen. At this point, I call the husband. Maybe he grabbed them on his way out by accident. He doesn't have them, but he does have an extra set from my car attached to his set. He wasn't too far away yet, so he turns around and comes back to bring me the spare. We are now running seriously late, as in I need to have the kid at school and myself at work in less than 10 minutes. My husband arrives and says the fob is dead, so we have to change out the battery. Luckily, I have extra batteries. We're standing at the counter in the kitchen together. I'm changing the battery, and he's looking around the kitchen counter for my set, just in case I overlooked it. They are nowhere to be seen. We're all able to get out the door, and I drop my kid off and make it to work with 2 minutes to spare. I was annoyed and filled with anxiety by this point. I don't like to be late for anything. My stomach hurts, and now I'm cranky. I make it through my day and go pick up the kid from school. He hops in the car and hands me this super cute snowman art collage he'd made yesterday. It was seriously adorable. It made my day, to be honest. We get home, and I set the picture on the counter, And I'm like, okay, let me just chill for a few moments and decompress from work from my crap morning. My kid goes upstairs to play Roblox. I finally muster the strength to begin the search again. I start at the dining room table. I clean a few things off, but nothing. I walk into the kitchen and I'm standing directly in front of the spot that I always set my keys and sunglasses. I'm looking around, looking under the bottom of the cabinet next to the fridge. I get a broom out and sweep under the fridge. Nothing. As I stand back up, I glance over to my left where I set the super cute snowman picture, and I see a tiny speck of black underneath it. I move the picture, and bam, keys. I'm like, oh hell no. I take a picture of the keys. I haven't even touched them yet, and I send the picture to the husband, and I'm like, these were not here this morning. He messages me back and says no, they weren't. There was nothing there this morning. I sent him the picture to make sure I wasn't losing my mind, and even when he got home, he asked me about how I found them. I explained it like I'm explaining it to you, my dear reader. He can't figure it out either. The Matrix stole my keys, basically, and made me late, and I had anxiety because of it. So, screw the Matrix. Well, it seems like you like to hear some of my own stories, so here is another one for you. This subreddit was recommended to me to come on over and tell you this. The year would have been either 1989 or 1990, and I would have been a young teenager. My mom always made a Sunday dinner without fail. It was the one meal that we could always rely on. Meat, roasties, veg, and plenty of it. We loved our Sunday meal. The rest of the week, it was sugar or tomato ketchup buddies. So, this Sunday was no different, except we needed some potatoes to make the roast potatoes with. And my mom said she would walk down to the shop, which was no more than a 10-minute walk away. Yep, back then, people walked. She left at 11 a.m., as we always had lunch at 1 p.m. or close to that time. It was our thing. We expected her to return no later than 11:30. So, anyway, time ticked on. 11:30 came and went, and then midday. At about this time, we were getting concerned and, well, a little impatient. We were all hungry and looking forward to our roast potatoes, so where on earth was my mother with the damn food? But when 12:30 came and went, our bellies stopped rumbling and we started to get really anxious as to where she was. So I started to pace outside the house, looking down the road to see if she was coming, but she was nowhere in sight. Then, I saw the number 6 bus. It stopped outside the shop and was just 2 stops away. I wondered if she had waited to get on it and so watched as it neared, knowing if she was going to get off, she would be stood at the front of it. Well, something was on the bus. It was a figure all dressed in black from head to toe, and it was waving at me furiously. I don't know why, but I got the impression it was my mom, even though she was not wearing anything like that. So I kept looking at the thing, and the bus passed right by me, and the person was locking eyes with me, still waving like a lunatic. The bus stop was about 100 meters further away, and just around the bend on our road. So I decided to leg it about 40 meters or so that I could see this thing get off the bus. But the bus never stopped. It carried on, and there was just one more stop it could go to, the terminus where it turns around and does the route again. Luckily, the bus had to go around in like a square shape, and then back on itself to the terminus, and I decided to race it there. Back then, I was a pretty good athlete, and it took me about 50 seconds to get an eyesight of it. I made it to the terminus as the bus pulled in, but nobody got off the bus. I asked the driver where the woman who was dressed in all black was, and he said there was never a woman on the bus like that. I told him she was waving like a lunatic a couple of minutes ago, and he laughed and said that I was dreaming, and that nobody had been on the bus since Layton, about 6 stops back. Confused and scared, I walked back home and told my dad and sister. They didn't know what to make of it either, but one thing was certain. Mom was nowhere to be seen. We went to look for her, and she had vanished. Just vanished. I don't know why, but we never called the police. I think we just never thought about doing it. Nowadays you would, but back then it just didn't happen. So it got to be 8 p.m., and the key slid in the door, and in walked my mom with the potatoes. Woohoo, we can now have our dinner. Heh. Only joking. We all went ballistic. Where have you been, etc., etc. She looked dazed and confused, and said that she had only been gone no more than 30 minutes. She didn't or couldn't understand any of it. The only thing she did recall was entering the shop and remembering it being light outside. And when she left the shop, she recalled it being dark and thought that it was a little strange. But she had no idea that she had been missing for 9 hours. My mom, before this event, had a job working in a mushroom picking place, and she had flunked school and didn't have any qualifications and never any real drive to better herself. But after this, in fact the same year, she started to attend night school to get her GCSEs. She got 6 of them all, in the highest grade, A. She then attended night school again and took on the 4 A-levels and got 4 straight A's. She then went on to university and completed 2 full honor degrees and the same time in criminology and law, getting 2.1s in each. She then took on other courses such as hypnotherapy, Reiki, animal therapy, and became fully qualified to teach in those. She got a job in the civil service and got promoted almost every single year until she was very high up. She basically had a thirst for knowledge, something that she had never had before this event. Something else just occurred to me. My mother had been married to her childhood sweetheart called Dave, but they broke up. They got divorced, and my mom found love with my dad. Right after this event, my mom started to hang out again with Dave, and to cut a long story short, both my father and Dave were her lovers afterwards. It's like she went right back to Dave, and they ended up remarrying again, even though she was still seeing my dad 50% of the time. In fact, they have 3 grave plots all next to one another. Mom is now buried in the center one, and Dave passed away about 10 years ago. Another thing is, in the past year, my mother begged me on several occasions to do a show on my old YouTube livestream about extra dimensions and parallel worlds. I said I would, but never got around to it, as I was losing interest in my show's topic, and it really wouldn't have suited that format. So I gave my channel to someone else and started a new podcast on the paranormal. But just 2 weeks after starting it, and before we got a chance to talk about it or bring a guest on about these topics, Mom passed away. But she was really adamant that I look into those. Maybe the woman who returned wasn't my mom from this dimension. So, was this connected? Did something happen to her that made her behave like this afterwards? Where did she go for those 9 hours? And who was the black figure I saw waving at me on the bus? So, my entire house is carpeted, except for my kitchen and laundry room on the east side of the house, and my tiny bathroom on the far west side of the house. My 65-pound coonhound's nails always click, even as she takes the coolest of strides across the hideous linoleum floors in the kitchen. Rarely do I ever see her in the bathroom, though. Even though her feet make the same noise as she moves across the matching surfaces, the bathroom is so small that two of her couldn't fit end to end in the room, especially with me in it. So, the clicks of her feet rarely register with my ears here. It's such a confined and out-of-the-way space anyway. She never has any reason to be in there except to get her baths, which she accepts willingly, though with a look of scorn and innocence persecuted, and to sit by me while I'm going to the bathroom, lest I decide to leave her to sit and whine just outside the bathroom door. Just on the opposite side of the threshold, where the small piece of bathroom linoleum meets the carpet, I wish that my literary skills were sharp enough to describe the layout of the house to you in more detail, but even that would only partly help describe why I was so disturbed shortly after I began to call, Stella, Stella, and walk through the house looking for her. She's always so quick to find me when I call, and with those big floppy ears you think she would be. Not last night though. Every light was off in the house except the lamp by my bed. Foolishly, not sensing anything awry, other than maybe an ornery dog, I walked the length of the dark house, walking it by memory with the majority of the house that wasn't illuminated by moonlight, thinking the worst thing I might find is a stubbed toe. I had already called her name 3 or 4 times, and I walked from my room, which was right next to the bathroom, all the way down to the kitchen and back, the full length of the house. I was absolutely sure she wasn't in the bathroom. She had to have gone unnoticed somewhere in my room. So, I'm not sure why I stuck my right hand up and flicked on the light in the bathroom instead of turning left back into my bedroom. Maybe some part of me knew something, but when I did, chills rushed over my skin like an electric wave. Yet my eyes watered like I had yawned in a state of relaxation. My face was instantly hot. There she was, standing in the dark, looking up as if seeing someone sitting on the sink. She was almost as surprised as I was when the light came on, as if she hadn't heard me calling her. I'm not sure if it was this, or the fact that I heard the clicking of 4 more footsteps after all of her feet were on the carpet and off the linoleum, that rocked me harder. This time, the electric wave wasn't just skin deep, and it wasn't just my face that was hot. There was a tiny echo in the room, but nothing like this. We're talking 3 to 4 seconds after the fact. It sounded like she was an 8-legged dog walking out of the bathroom. A number of seconds later, I dropped down to the bathroom floor and fidgeted with the cabinet below the sink. Some weak and scared part of my brain needed to prove to the rest of itself that the noise must have come from her tail bumping the cabinets. But the timing didn't line up, and the noises weren't anywhere near the same. But I suppose I knew that before I dropped to the floor, even without the sound of the footsteps. I wouldn't have slept that night. Now, anytime I can't find her, I just pray she's not in the bathroom. It's taken several days to write this, partly from laziness and partly from the fact that every time I write about it, my hair starts to stand up. I get stifling chills, even in a parka, and my eyes start to water, like someone else is yawning in front of me. This happened today around 11 a.m., and I've been unable to think of anything else since. A few things that need to be mentioned first. One is that I've had my home under renovations for about 4 months now, and therefore shop at Home Depot, a home improvement store in my area, at least 4 to 5 times a week, and I'm very familiar with most of the employees there, as they are with me. 2 is that I always use self-checkout inside the store, and not the garden center or outdoor checkout, which utilizes a human cashier and is not a self-checkout. 3 is that there is a McDonald's located on the route between my house and Home Depot. And here we go. I go to Home Depot today to purchase plumbing supplies. I get what I need and go to the outside garden center to grab a couple bags of potting mix. I decide to check out in the garden center since I'm already out there. The cashier rings me up and I remove my wallet from my purse to get out the credit card that I want to use. I keep my cards in certain slots. I have multiple credit and debit cards, so that they're easy to find. However, I can't find the particular Discover card that I'm looking for. I fumble around for a moment and I apologize to the cashier for taking so long. It's important to note that we are having a conversation about plants while this is happening. I finally resort to pulling all of my cards out of the slots that they are in. I'm in a small panic by now, and I eventually find the card. I swipe it, and I put it back in the wallet with the receipt, and make a mental note to reorganize my wallet when I get home, as all of the cards are now out of their slots and jumbled together. A complete mess. I toss the wallet back into my rather large purse and walk out. The purse is in the child seat in front of the buggy. I walk to my car and, as I'm unloading my bags into the trunk, 4 men who are part of a larger group of workers and are always hanging out in the parking lots of Home Depot and Lowe's, another home improvement store, looking for work, approach me asking if I need help. I tell them no quite sternly, as they have become quite pushy in the past, and I finish unloading my bags. I close the trunk, get in the car with my purse, and I leave. I decide on the way home to stop for a shake at McDonald's. I go through the drive-thru and I order. I pull up the window to pay, and I go into panic mode level 10, as my wallet is not in my purse. I use an emergency 20 that I keep in the visor to pay, and pull over to the parking lot to get out and check the entire car. Nothing. I speed off back to Home Depot. I first go to the garden center to ask the cashier if she found a wallet. Because we're already familiar and we had a decent convo when I was there about 10 minutes before, she remembers me. She not only tells me that she didn't have a wallet, she tells me she remembers me putting it back in my bag after finding the card that I was looking for. I go to the parking lot thinking maybe I dropped it. I checked the empty buggies in the parking lot to see if it fell out of my purse. Nothing. I go inside and ask customer service if anyone has turned in a wallet. Nothing. I go back to my car, and I spend 15 minutes calling banks and creditors, canceling all of my cards. I drive home angry and confused. How the hell did my wallet disappear in between me putting it back in my purse after checking out and me getting in my car? I drive home, and at this point, I'm considering that I either dropped it in the parking lot or in the buggy, or that one of the 4 men who approached me grabbed it while the others distracted me. Neither of these seem likely, as I had my purse closed. A wallet can't fall out of a zipped purse, and it would have been very difficult to sneak up behind me and unzip my purse, and then grab the wallet and zip the purse closed that quickly and quietly without me taking notice. Those are, however, the only 2 possibilities that I can come up with. I get out of the car, and I grab my bags from the trunk and walk in the house. My wallet is sitting on the kitchen table. What the hell? I must have turned pale as a ghost. I could feel the color drain from my face. How in the absolute hell did my wallet get into my house on the kitchen table? I thought maybe I never had the wallet with me, but I remember digging in it at the cashier station. If I hadn't had it with me, I wouldn't have been able to pay, as I wouldn't have had my cards with me. The cashier remembered me fumbling through it looking for my card and tossing it back into my bag after finding it. I thought maybe I was mixing my days up, but I had purchased dirt that day, which is why I checked out in the garden center, which I never do. I ran every possibility through my mind, and I cannot explain it. To make everything just that much more inexplicable, when I opened my wallet, the cards were tossed about and not in their respective slots, as I had tossed them about looking for my Discover card when checking out. And the damn receipt from Home Depot with the date and timestamp from an hour earlier were on it, along with everything I purchased earlier that day. No, I did not go home and bring just my wallet inside and put it on the table for no reason and then leave again. I think I would remember doing that. Also, I would have no reason for doing so. I would have carried my entire purse inside with me, and if anything, I would have left that behind, which any woman can tell you, we don't leave without our purses. I wouldn't get far without my keys, which are always inside the purse. I would have had to pass up McDonald's and then go home and bring just my wallet inside for no reason, and then leave again and go back to McDonald's, which I wouldn't have done, as I went on the spur of the moment for the shake. Hardly worth leaving home and going back to McDonald's for. I'm completely without explanation. This is, by a long shot, the most bizarre occurrence I've ever experienced, and I am still, hours later, totally freaked out. There just is no explanation. This is a long story, and I'm on my phone, so I apologize for any mistakes. For background info, this incident happened at my aunt's old one-story house. At the time this occurred, there were 10 people in the house in total. Also, only 3 to 4 were adults, making 6 kids that were living there. And this is important because the house was always loud. Another important part is we lived about half a mile from a local airport, where planes would fly all the time. It was loud inside and outside all the time. We didn't have money to do much, so someone was always home. And this story begins when I first wake up. I had a bunk bed with my twin. My cousins, all girls, shared another bunk along the wall. I noticed that it's eerily quiet, but I don't think much of it yet. I get up, and in all of the other beds, the covers are messy, like they got up. No one was in the room. I thought they had just gotten up to go play and eat breakfast. I got up and I went into the living room, where I was met with complete, still silence. The house is usually booming with activity by 11 a.m., yet not a single soul was anywhere in the living room. I went into the kitchen next. No one. Again. I went into both of my cousins' rooms on opposite sides of the house. The covers were undone in both, and no one was in either room. I go into my aunt and uncle's room, which was the last resort for me, because we're not supposed to go in there unless you have to. I go to find that their room was exactly like the rest of the house. Covers unturned, yet no one was in the room. Our tiny attic was connected to the aunt and uncle's, bathroom. I checked it. Nothing. My first conclusion, it was that they all went out to eat without me, for the first time in our entire lives, and I was crushed. I went into the garage expecting to find cars gone, or at least one of us out there. I go out, and everyone's car is still there. Not only that, but I had stepped outside and had expected to hear something. Planes, cars, people, etc. All I heard was this deafening silence that was so alien to me. Half a mile from an airport I should have heard something. It was like I was the last person on Earth and it was silent. Not only that, but I also didn't see anyone at that airport either. The reality was, I couldn't find my family, and I was absolutely terrified at this point. At this point, I lost it. I sat on the bench and I just cried. I pinched myself repeatedly, hoping to end whatever was going on, but it didn't work. I ended up just sobbing on the bench and watching the clock, hoping this world would end somehow, and I would have my family back. 20 minutes pass, and then an hour and a half, and then 2 hours on the bench, then 3. Out of nowhere, my dad just walks into the kitchen. I saw him from the bench. The door was glass, so you could see through it. I jumped up and ran into the kitchen and hugged him as tight as I could. I asked him, "Where were you?" He just said, "I've been here. What are you talking about?" My jaw hit the floor. Then, I noticed my cousins come out of our room that we shared. My aunt comes into the kitchen from her room. People just suddenly materialized. I was shocked, but I was just excited to have my family back. Life went on from that point. There was no waking up or anything like that. Let me know what your thoughts are. I've had a few surgeries over the years. C-section, my tonsils removed, corrective surgery to fix a bunion, got a few suspicious moles removed by a plastic surgeon with local anesthesia. With all of these, I'd have the same reaction/experience coming out from those drugs. Mainly, feeling a little loopy or chatty, but otherwise like myself. However, about 3 to 4 years ago, I had the most unusual experience. And when I shared it with my husband, who was in the recovery room, it made that experience even more unusual. I was out of surgery after having my gallbladder removed. I was awake and lucid. The hospital staff had brought in some light snacks to my room, and I'd asked my husband to read me some news while I ate. He obliges me, and I'm sitting happily, nomming on some Jell-O and crackers and sipping on my orange juice in the hospital bed, when all of a sudden, this feeling of urgency overtakes me, and I tell him, "I need to lay down, now." I repeat this 3 times, then this is where my story and his completely diverge. He said I suddenly started convulsing, and my eyes rolled up into my head. In a matter of seconds, the hospital staff rushed, reclined my bed, elevated my feet, and I came to like nothing happened. For me, I lived out an entirely different life in an entirely different reality, where I was working at a lab in some sort of scientific capacity. In this life, I'm a designer and my husband is the scientist. I was making some adjustments on a machine I was very familiar with in that life, but in this life, I couldn't tell you what it did. It was massive, though. It had a panel about 12 feet long with lots of dials and buttons and switches. I'd been working hard on solving this problem for a while, though I couldn't tell you exactly what the problem was now. Only that in that moment, I knew it had been a lifetime of research and trials, and that getting it right would help a lot of people, possibly even the whole world. The room was well lit, with large windows letting in a lot of natural light. The floor was made of a series of grates with panels you could pull up, presumably for maintenance on the vast bowels of the machinery. There was a doorway to my left and right. The room had a slight metallic smell, much like the old server rooms my dad used to take me to at DuPont. My lab coat was unbuttoned because it had been a long day of work. I had finally found the solution. and was about to input the final pieces needed to complete my project. I knew a lot of people were counting on me, but I also knew there were people who didn't want me to finish this project, as it would tip the scales of power. I had earlier gotten out of a meeting with the president of what country I couldn't tell you, only that places like the United States and China didn't exist there, and that didn't seem weird to me in the slightest. He had informed me that they were adding some extra guard details to my building to ensure my project wasn't sabotaged, seeing as I was close to completion. I didn't work for the government, but in some sort of mutual agreement with them. While there were other people in other parts of the building, the room I was in was limited access, and only a select group of people I trusted were allowed to enter. I would just sign off on some work one of those trusted people had come in to have me review, and they had just left the room. I was reflecting on how nice it would be to finally get a little vacation time, a rest from all this work, and spend it with my husband and family. Side note, in this world, my husband was the same person, but he stayed home and took care of the family, and our family was different in that world. 2 kids when I actually have 1. I was just about to do the final inputs and initiate the results when all of a sudden, one of the grates in the floor opened up and pulled me down into the blackness by my feet. And I came to with a start and saw all the people around me and asked what was going on. My husband explained what happened, and when I asked how long I'd been out, he looked at me oddly and told me it was only a few seconds. It took me a while to shake this horrible feeling that I had to get back there, where or whenever that was. And I had to finish my work because so many people were depending on me, and no one else knew how to work that machine except for me. I've learned from some of my nurse friends that people can sometimes have this odd physical reaction to a certain type of anesthesia when coming out of it. But no one's ever heard of this weird mental, which felt very physical, experience that I had in those few seconds. I sometimes get the odd feeling like that was the real world, and what I'm experiencing is the delusion. And ever since then, I occasionally experience those weird phantom noises just as I'm drifting off to sleep. But instead of bangs or other startling noises, like exploding head syndrome, mine are odd electronic beeps and chirps. Nothing in our house makes these noises, and these give me flashbacks of that place that I was doing important things in. Before I get into this story, it was requested by the user that posted it that I ask if anyone has experienced anything similar, and if so, to please reach out to them. You can find them in the link in the description, or you can send it my way and I can forward the info. Thank you. I have experienced what I would consider small glitches before in my life. Most could be chalked up to misinterpreting what I see. Others I couldn't explain but are substantial. What happened 3 days ago is no small glitch. I've been mulling it over in my head trying to rationalize it, and thought here might be a good place to post in search of others with similar experiences. I live with my mom and younger brother in a small apartment on the east coast of Canada. What's important about the layout is we have a wall that stretches the length of the apartment with big windows, which gives us a view of the harbor. On this particular day, it was sunny out. Clear skies. The blinds were open, so the apartment was lit up with natural light. Another thing about the layout, my room has a floor-to-ceiling window to the living area. It's translucent and frosted, so you can't see specific details, only shadows. But it's enough to light up the room during the daylight hours. It was sometime during 3 p.m. when it happened. I was lying in bed on my phone scrolling through Twitter, and My mom was talking on the phone in the living room. I was suddenly overcome with this feeling that something important was about to happen. You know that memory almost everyone has when you're like 3 years old and just starting to become self-aware, and you say to yourself, I'm going to remember this moment forever. And then you do. It was like that feeling. Hard to describe in words, but those who have a memory like this will understand what I mean. So, I got that feeling. It lasts for just a few seconds, and then it's gone. Just as soon as it's left, it's dark in my room. There's no more daylight lighting my room through the window. I'm in the exact same position I was in. The phone is still in my hand, open to the same place on my Twitter timeline it was before the feeling, albeit with the 20% battery pop-up displayed, and my first thought is something like, it got cloudy quick. But I look at the time on my phone, and apparently it's now 7:27. I'm confused, and a little bit scared, honestly. So I open my door and enter the living space. It's definitely nighttime now, and the only light is from the apartment's dim outdoor light system and my neighboring city's light pollution from across the harbor. My mom is no longer on the phone, but in her room, taking a nap. My anxiety starts kicking in, and I've had low-level anxiety constantly ever since. My paranoia makes me worry that it's going to happen again, but mostly, I'm freaked out that I missed about 4 hours of my life and didn't even realize it. I know what some of your suggestions will be. Absent seizure, even though those rarely last more than 15 seconds, or that I fell asleep. Maybe I just zoned out for 4.5 hours straight. But I'm telling you, the difference between 3-ish and 7:27, it happened instantly. I didn't even blink, as cliche as that would be. Just boom. Suddenly, it's dark out, and apparently, I thought a tweet about my digital paint program's new feature was so intriguing that I decided to spend the next 4 hours in awe. I swear, I was even exhaling the same breath when the change happened. My arm was still in the same tensed up, uncomfortable position it was when I was lying on my stomach holding the phone. It would have stayed like that for hours, but it felt like no time had passed. Anyways, I'm really stuck on what happened here. I've noticed that I felt like time was speeding up recently, and others I've talked to have felt the same way. But I'm skeptical on whether or not this is related. Have any of you experienced anything similar, especially recently? Well, here we go. I've thought about this so much in the past 20 hours that I think I'm ready to comprehensively write it down. I'm going to give as many details in this story that may seem unnecessary at first, but as we go on, everything will become clear, so bear with me. In my town, it never snows. Everyone jokes about it and chalks it up to global warming. It's honestly a shame because when I was younger, I remember sledding and building snowmen in my front yard and yada yada yada. Good times, bottom line. I haven't seen real snow in 2 years, even though it used to be a guarantee that we would get a good snowfall at least 10 times throughout the winter season. Yesterday, it snowed. The forecast said rain. Everyone crossed their fingers that we would see snow, but no one was really counting on it. And then, it snowed. Hard. For hours. It came down in thick flakes and covered the ground at least 3 inches high. When the snow started to calm down, I decided I would go outside and enjoy the snow, since it would probably be one of the only times it would happen this winter. I was going to go to the woods near my house and walk around and maybe take some pictures. When I tell this story, You must understand at least the basic geography of my neighborhood. Basically, there's a line of houses that back up against woods. The backyards are fenced in, and directly after the fence, the forest begins. The forest must be at least a couple square miles in every direction. I walked into the forest through a path, going away from the houses and into the woods. It was still snowing pretty heavily, and the snow was starting to cover my glasses. I had to clear them every once in a while. It was beautiful. It reminded me of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Truly one of the prettiest things I had ever seen. I got carried away and continued walking. I must have walked for 15 minutes. I had no hopes of getting home soon. I took my glasses off to clear them because they were getting wet and foggy. When I put them back on, I saw two faintly glowing lights ahead of me. They kind of looked like car headlights. I sat there and wondered what they were for a while, and for a minute, I got my hopes up and thought that I had found some sort of UFO. I walked towards it with the mindset that I was going to be let down by something completely explainable and normal, such as car headlights. When I got closer, I realized that they were lights on the side of a house. I thought this was normal until I thought of the geography of the woods. If I had walked straight through the woods from my neighborhood, I would have come out on a highway, not a neighborhood. I walked into this neighborhood to try to figure out where exactly it was and make sense of where I was, simply because I was curious. When I walked in front of the house, I recognized it immediately. This is the house down the street. Sure enough, I was in my very own neighborhood. I looked down the road and I saw my own house. I was thinking, this can't be real. I must have taken a wrong turn or something, and I need to go back. So I turned and walked right back down the same path that I had before. I followed my own footsteps in the snow, and I walked straight for about 8 minutes. While I was walking, I called my friend who loves supernatural stuff. I thought she would at least get a kick out of this, even if it was all BS and I had simply taken a wrong turn. Before I could explain the situation, I got a call from my mom. Since we live in the same house, and there might have been an emergency, I told my friend I would call her back, and I answered my mom. Typical mom call. She said that I needed to be home for dinner immediately, and I told her I'd be home in 5 and called back my friend. As I was talking to my friend, I noticed that there were large branches, bushes, and even ponds that hadn't been there as I was walking before. As I was telling my friend this, and slightly panicking, her mom walked into the room and asked to talk to me, because me and her mom sometimes talk about books and such. Her mom started going on and on about a book that I had recommended to her. It was not typical of her to talk for so long about something. She's usually pretty to the point. After that tumultuous conversation, my friend was back on the phone. I told her that I literally think that there are forces preventing me from going back. I mean, think about it. There are branches obstructing my way. My mother called and asked for me to come home immediately. I just got caught up in a conversation that was entirely too long, and the cold was biting. Even the snow had picked up and was coming down in my direction, like a warning to tell me to go back home. And a few minutes later, I saw the lights again. This time, I was sure that I had walked completely straight. It doesn't make sense that I would end up back in my neighborhood while I was literally walking away from it. This is something eerie that I experienced as a teen. I am new here. First, a disclaimer to the mods. I'm extremely new to Redditing, so please forgive me and my lack of adherence to your rules for verification. If you message me, I can provide you anything you need. Please do give me a brief window of grace while I learn the ways of the Redditor. Anyways, on to the story. I grew up with both of my parents and brother in a small rancher house within a suburb off of the highway. Things were always quiet, and crime rarely ever happened. We were the only kids on our street, and were surrounded by other houses with old couples. Due to this fact, I was comfortably left at home alone quite often, whenever the others wanted to go somewhere late. The story occurred once my brother was old enough to drive and hang out with his friends on his own. One fateful night, and my brother was out very late, and my parents went out on a date, planning to come back around 11 p.m. I was playing Halo 3 all night, and that dates my story if that helps. My 16-year-old self lived for these nights alone, gaming non-stop without interruption until my parents came home. It is worth noting that I had 2 large dogs at the time, and the living room had 3 huge windows which opened towards the street. I could see about half of the driveway from the couch where I was gaming. At around 10:30 p.m., I hear what sounds like a car door. I'm thinking that it must be a neighbor, since I didn't see a car pull into the driveway, but the dogs said otherwise. The dogs were freaking out as if my parents pulled in. I, not thinking anything of it, stayed where I was and yelled at them to stop. Our dogs are well trained, and waited patiently by the door. I see what looks like a silhouette or 2 pass by the windows, so I go to shut off the Xbox. Now I'm thinking that my parents came home a little bit early. No big deal. I put my controller away, and I hear the doorknob jiggle. "It's unlocked," I yell, as I go to the kitchen to get myself a glass of milk. Again, no biggie. I hear the doorknob jiggle once more, and the dogs go back to barking. Weird. I could have sworn it was unlocked. "Hold on, I'm coming," I yell. I take a second to get my glass of milk prepared. Look, I was a teenager. I had selfish and dumb priorities. Looking back, I'm kinda glad that I did. That extra minute may have spared me. I go to the front door and I see that it actually was locked. Huh. Weird. I unlock it and walk away. "It's unlocked now," I say, and go back to the kitchen. The dogs basically have their noses against the door, trying to get to my parents. After about another minute, I'm genuinely confused. I go back and open the door. No one's there. I peek my head out and look down the sidewalk. I look to the other side of the yard. There's no car and no person. The road is clear. Who the heck jiggled the doorknob? Where's the car door that I heard? And now I'm freaked out. I call Mom's cell and told her what happened. She said, "We're on our way home. Call Mr. Jimmy, the next door neighbor who owns a 12 gauge, and we'll be there soon." So I lock the house down as much as possible while calling Mr. Jimmy. He said he would be right over. I'm looking outside, making an effort to look opposite of wherever he patrols in case the perp, CSI lingo, ran from him. There's absolutely no sign of anyone. Mr. Jimmy then comes inside and waits with me, saying that he didn't see or hear anything. Nothing like this has ever happened since. Neighbors never reported any break-ins or suspicious characters as far as I know. My mother is 100% convinced that it was just late and I was delirious. Wouldn't be the first time that I sleepwalked or sleep-talked, but I've learned to know the difference. I believe that I was fully conscious. Like I said, I've lived a fairly normal and uneventful life. No crime or risk of life to speak of, except for this one thing, so I thought I would share. I hope you get a kick out of my mildly creepy experience. Hi, I'm from Italy, and I've already contributed with 2 posts since strange things happen often to me, but this happened yesterday to my sister, and she's still freaked out. Due to the pandemic, she's working at home, and every midday she goes to our parents to take the family dog out for a walk. So, yesterday, she went to take Jazz, and there was no Jazz. He was nowhere to be found. Our dad was grocery shopping, and our mom was in the kitchen. When she asked her if Jazz was with our father, our mother asked her, "Who's Jazz?" Long story short, there was no dog. Apparently, after the death of our first dog, we didn't get another one. Thinking it was a strange prank, which is not typical of our parents. They're not pranksters and they're in their 80s. She searched the house and she couldn't find anything suggesting the presence of a dog. No dog food, no dog bed, no dog toys, which he had plenty of and are always everywhere. Then, our dad came home, and still, no dog. When she interrogated him, he started to think that she was the one who was joking. At the same time, from the kitchen TV, she heard the news reporter talking about the end of the pandemic and the surge of something that she couldn't understand. This morning, she said to me that the reporter didn't seem very preoccupied for the search of whatever it was, because words that she couldn't hear would take care of it. She was so agitated that she also warned me that maybe she just didn't understand it. After that, she returned home because she didn't want our parents to see her while she was freaking out, and she tried to call me. Because while she is indifferent to these kinds of events, she knows that I'm a believer, and she wanted me to join her to try to understand what was happening. And then, I was nowhere to be found. My cell phone wasn't active, and she couldn't even reach the shop where I worked. They simply just did not answer the phone, which is quite improbable because, except when we're closed, it's mandatory for us to answer the phone. She tried with some of my friends too, with no success. After that, she said she went to bed and cried until she fell asleep. This morning, I found 16 calls from her, with today's date. I called her back worried that something had happened and she was crying. She was still very agitated that she didn't even bother with Jazz and left him at home because she didn't want him to spend the night with her. She also confessed to me that yesterday she couldn't muster the courage to call our parents or relatives to ask about me because she was too scared they would tell her she was an only child. At the moment, she doesn't want to talk about it anymore, and obviously I keep asking myself what that was. My parents told me yesterday that they didn't see her at all. They tried to call her at midday for the dog, but her phone was mute, and they concluded that maybe she was just busy. They thought it was strange that her phone was muted, and they didn't bother to look into it. That's all. I keep wondering where Jazz and I were, and what the news was talking about. Maybe in some other universe, if my sister was not hallucinating. She's never had this kind of problem, though. But maybe there the events are evolving faster and better? I'm really curious, but she's still freaked out to talk about it again. Thank you for reading, and for any additional opinions. Update. My sister made a doctor's appointment for next week, because we talked about nightmares and vivid dreams, and she'd had those, but nothing like this. She thinks that she's stressed and that she may be having a mental breakdown. The evening we spent together, she told me the rest of the story. There was no mystery in it. She got home totally panicked and she could not stop crying. She laid down to calm down, and in the end she cried herself to sleep. She was awakened by the cold in the middle of the night. She felt confused, tired, and had a massive headache. Then she vaguely remembered calling me, and then my phone was finally ringing. She felt reassured by the ring, and she kept trying to make it ring every time she woke up. Unfortunately, I don't have a ringtone, so I only saw the calls in the morning. Now she's very angry that she panicked, and she's making me swear that it wasn't a bad joke on my part, and she's decided to see the doctor. She ruled out anything weird to her. The only mystery is that she lost a day. That Sunday before going to get the dog, she did some computer work and then she got dressed and went to my parents'. When she woke up, the computer was on standby, but there was no work on it. She was completely dressed and the bed was made. The door wasn't locked. Maybe she was sleepwalking? But she's never suffered from that. Anyways, that's all. Thank you again for the attention. Having just found this group, I'm not sure if this belongs here, so sorry if not. And I apologize for my grammar, it's awful, I know. This happened 17 years ago to my brother and I. It was in the month of June, and I remember the date as this happened. Whatever this was that happened the day after my sister's wedding. It was at the venue that my sister and brother-in-law had chosen to have their evening reception at, and it was also a place I ended up working at for about 6 years some years later. The building is in the south of England and is very old. Some parts of it are well over 700 years old. It's a stately house, surrounded by its own estate of woodland and fields. Over the years, parts of the house have been modified, so it could be a little confusing in some areas with around 40 rooms, and sometimes more than a couple ways to get to most of them. The main entrance is a very large heavy wood double door set in an archway that opens out into the main banquet room, with windows all along the same side as the main door. The front of the main building is a large open grit drive with a circular hedge about knee height to create a small roundabout for vehicles to turn around when dropping guests off. Immediately to the right of the main building is a church. Supposedly, it's one of the oldest churches in England and has some of the ancestors of the family that own the estate buried in the church ground, dating back to the 15th century. After the wedding and reception, my then girlfriend, now wife, and I stayed at the house overnight in one of the rooms, as did all of my family. The day after the wedding, we all got up to a fully cooked breakfast, and all the guests started to leave. My brother and I, being ushers for the wedding, had lots of decorations and bits to sort, pack, and then fit into my car, only to find we would have to do more than one trip, which wasn't much of a problem, as at the time, I only lived 15 minutes away. So having packed the car with the first load, we asked the building manager if it would be okay to drop this lot off and come straight back to collect the rest. The lady was fine about it, and told us that there are 3 cleaners and her would be there for another hour, tidying up before they locked up the house for the rest of the weekend. So we went and dropped off the first load, and then returned, leaving the car just outside the main door on the drive, in front of the hedge. We went in and said hi to the cleaner wiping down the tables, and waved to the manager sitting at the reception desk. We then started moving the second load of stuff to the car. After 10 minutes later, the manager came over to tell us that they were just about ready to close up for the day and asked if we were nearly finished. We were mostly done, but still had a few bit to move, and both my brother and I just needed to get a couple of things from our rooms. She said that's fine, and they will wait for us, so we put the last bits in the car and ran up to the room to get our last personal items. And then we went down to the main entrance to say goodbye and leave, only to find the entire place in darkness. All the lights were out, all the internal doors were locked, and after a few minutes of calling out and knocking on doors, we'd come to the conclusion that they all left. Thinking that it's a bit rude to just lock us in, we decided to leave, only to find that the heavy wood front door had also been locked, and we were trapped inside. We tried to ring the manager, but got no answer. We tried to ring our parents, but got no answer. After we think for a bit, we decide the only thing we could do was climb out one of the windows from the main hall, pass the stuff through, and closed the window the best we could from the outside, hoping that an alarm wouldn't go off. So, I opened it and climbed out. My brother handed me everything through the window and then pushed it shut, and we packed everything into the car. We had one last look in the window, rang the manager again to no answer, then got in the car and left. The driveway to the house was quite long and winds through a couple fields with livestock in it, so you can't drive down it fast, and it takes a few moments to drive down the road. Just as I get to the bottom of the drive, my phone starts ringing. It was the manager. I thought she was replying to my calls, and when I answered, the manager told us that she and the cleaners were still waiting for us and asked us to please get a move on. I told her that we just left, after having to climb out of the window as the place was all locked up and in darkness. She sounded very confused. She and the cleaners had been standing in the main hall waiting for us for the last 15 minutes. They hadn't locked anything up, and they hadn't seen my car for the entire time they had been waiting. Feeling freaked out, we turned around and went back up to the house, only to see that all the lights were on, front doors were wide open, and the manager and staff were inside. I went through the story again with the manager, and I remembered the window would still be open. But we found the window to be locked as they had been, at least an hour earlier, by one of the cleaners. This happened at the Woodland Hills Mall in Tulsa, November 23rd, 2020, around 6 p.m. or so. My husband and I, completely sober per usual, took our 2 kids, a baby and school-aged child, to JCPenney's in the mall. Due to COVID, if there are 2 or more entrances to a store, they block off all but one. This Penny's has a top level and a bottom level entrance from the mall, floor 1 and 2, and we've been going here since we were kids, and none of the areas have changed. We were on the top floor, too, when we went in. PacSun was on the outside of the store as usual. The display was white, soft sweaters on the left and softer tones, and I touched one and commented on it. We walked around the left side of the store to the back to find the single tiny elevator that can only fit one family. We got in and hit the button for floor 1. There were only 2 buttons, floor 1 and floor 2. There were no buttons to other numbers or floors. We got out on floor 1, where the shoes are to the left, and decided to find another store, as none of the snow boots fit our oldest. We walked the few feet back to the elevator. That was literally only a few feet from the shoe area, so we could see it the entire time. We got in to hit button 2 to head back up, so we could exit as floor 1 had its entrance closed with this gated wall thing. The elevator moved. It opened to a completely different part of the store from where we entered originally. It was home decor, and none of the clothes racks that had been there upon first entrance on floor 2. We felt uneasy, as if everyone in the store was silent and still, just staring at us the entire time. Then, we were even more freaked out to find that where our exit should have been, there was a gated wall closed off. We walked back to that same little elevator. We got on and hit floor 1 again, and it opened to where we had been with the shoes on the left. But this time, it was like a weird combination of the original floor 2 and floor 1, as halfway through, we saw the displays and layout that we had seen upon entrance on floor 2, that were always there. But the same sweaters on the left were green and red, and the sign was of different colors and design. The entrance was completely open, as if it had switched, and we still felt complete dread and utter silence and stares. We exited past the Starbucks on the first level, totally confused. My husband said he felt like something shifted as we walked away from the store. People stopped staring, the mall was loud again, and when we took the mall's middle elevator outside of Penny's to get back to level 2 of the mall itself to head to the store on that floor, I felt completely terrified to see that the gate to Penny's was open on level 2. The display was the original white sweaters, and looking downstairs, the gate was closed that we had just exited out of. We got our kids' snow boots from the children's place, and we left while looking off at Penny's in shock. The second our kid fell asleep in the car, we spoke about it. I told him, "You saw that too, right?" And he explained to me exactly the same as I saw it. We both experienced it, and we both felt dread the entire time. Since then, we've noticed so many odd glitches or entering these voids where people seem to stop and stare in silence. Little things have changed, like the names in stores around town. Penny's is not a good example, as this might just be my husband and I remembering it this way as kids. Relatives seem just off or different. People have been strangely aggressive to us anytime we go out. And we're a small, quiet family who bothers nobody. Birds and little things keep glitching, and we notice it more and more. My husband has jokingly stated that we're in the wrong world, but I really don't want to think about it. I'm tempted to take them back to the elevator and try again, and maybe fix it. I've been questioning if there's a floor of the store itself that we just never go to, and somehow the old elevator took us there. The elevator does get stuck a lot, it's so old, but it only has buttons 1 and 2 though. I'm not sure they can even do that. The mall only has 2 levels you can enter into stores through. I've also questioned whether a worker opened and closed the wrong entrance, as it was near closing time, but it happened so quickly. I'm unsure how they could have, unless they sprinted between the floors. I'm going to be upfront. This is a fairly mundane glitch, but I believe it to be a legitimate glitch nonetheless. And most importantly, I'm not the only one who experienced it. So, for a bit of background, I travel to a lot of very remote places for work. I do backcountry trail maintenance, prescribed burns, environmental stewardship stuff, seasonally, for various states and federal agencies. And so, as logic follows, working in remote places of scenic beauty requires me to live in remote areas. This most recent position of mine is at Roaring River State Park in southwest Missouri, near a small to mid-sized town called Cassville. Now, I've been working at this park for almost 3 months now, and whenever I make the trip to town, I pass by a Gulf gas station. I've filled up there quite a few times, and this gas station is the location of a few oddities that brought me here. Now, I seem to have a slow leak in one of my car's tires that started to manifest about 2 months ago, as it started to finally get cold down here. This leak requires me to pump up the tire every 2 weeks or so, so naturally, when I first noticed this, I went to town and checked the local gas station for an air pump, and the first place I checked was this Gulf gas station. I did multiple laps around the building, looking to see anything, and checked the perimeter, and there was no air hose. This was annoying, but I moved on and checked around other places until I eventually found one at a different station. Now, I don't know why, but I checked that station at least 2, maybe 3 more times on separate dates, thinking maybe I just missed the hose, and I would see it again and never saw anything until the other day. I was sitting in my car at the Sonic across the street from the gas station, grabbing a bite to eat, and just kind of people watching, when I saw an incredibly rotund man in a little S10 pickup get out and start airing up his tires. It took me a moment, but then all of a sudden, I realized that somehow that man was using an air hose I hadn't seen there before. This thing was plain as day, and there was no way that I missed it 3 separate times. I then proceeded to see it used by several other patrons in short order, and went over to investigate myself to find that the thing was definitely a long-standing fixture of that gas station, based on the weathering of the hose and the unit. Now, this is where things begin to get a little stranger. At my job, I have a fellow seasonal coworker who also had low tire pressure around the same time that I did, and we commented that we had both gone to town, and the only air pump was a pay pump at Walmart. He had checked the other filling stations in town, and had also not found anything, and naturally, we complained about it together. Well, after I had seen this new old air pump, he investigated and was equally surprised and confused by the whole thing, and then reported back an even stranger occurrence. He said that he went inside to grab something, and the whole inside was completely unrecognizably different than it had been in the trips prior. However, this I haven't been able to personally verify since I haven't been inside the place since he reported this. I've had other strange little things happening here, making me wonder if this town isn't some sort of Gravity Falls light. Every once in a while, I'll stop on a trail that I've literally spent 3 months working on, a look around, and a section will be utterly unrecognizable, almost like I'm on a new part of the trail, until I walk a little more and come back to a familiar scene. And just last weekend, I went to Taco Bell at 9 a.m. for some breakfast, only for that to get all topsy-turvy. I've had breakfast at this Taco Bell before. I know this for a fact. The sign on the outside says breakfast on it, and it was open at 9 a.m. I pull up to the window, and was informed by the girl that they haven't served breakfast at that location since last March, which is weird, because I definitely had a breakfast crunch wrap from there within the past 2 months. None of these things are exactly world-shattering glitches in the Matrix, but the fact that so many of them have happened in so little time, and most importantly, happened to both myself and my coworker, it makes me feel like something glitchy is going on in this neck of the woods. Update: I went into the gas station for the first time, and it could very well be a false memory, but the interior is red with red neon, and I thought I remembered it being blue with red neon. Weird, but I can't say that change is real with as much confidence as the air pump. You all know the Friday the 13th franchise, right? Jason Voorhees, guy with the ski mask, Camp Crystal Lake, mommy issues. My girlfriend and I sat down to watch the 2009 adaptation this last fall because we had never seen it before. We both, however, have watched the 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It sucks, by the way. First point I want to make is this movie is supposed to be an hour and some odd minutes long. It took us 2+ hours to get through it, because by the time we went to bed, it was 1 a.m., after starting at 9 p.m. This puzzles both her and me. The movie starts with the kids in a van being idiots, and I faintly remember being like, dang, these people look familiar. But, obviously, they could just be familiar actors. There's a guy in a wheelchair with a group, and they're on the trip to find weed growing in the woods, basically. And that's how they should end up at Camp Crystal Lake, with Jason, and the guy who finds the weed dies first. This doesn't happen for us. The group picks up a girl off the road before they arrive at the camp. She kills herself in the back seat with a revolver from under her. This caught my eye, and apparently my girlfriend's as well when we talk about it later. The movie makes it clear we are going to be paying attention to the civilians they encounter after. A little boy and a cop. It's after this they get to the camp and, spoil alert, they all die at the hands of Jason Voorhees. Except for one girl. At this time we were thinking, horror movies can be pretty similar. Now there's a bunch of new rich kids coming to the camp to a cabin, an Asian guy, a black guy, 2 white guys, and 2 white girls. The brother of the one spared girl from before is looking for her and asks the group of drinking and partying teens if they have seen her. And they're like, no. This is where it gets weird, and we are really noticing. The big brother is talking to the cop, who tells him to give up, and all the rich kids start disappearing and dying stupid deaths. One while water skiing with an arrow, at the hands of, and I kid you not, Leatherface, Bubba. At this point, my girlfriend and I are confused if this is supposed to be some crossover. And no, it's not. We keep watching and the rest of the entire movie is just like the 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'm talking the detectives, the hanging on hooks, the freezer. It's different actors. It's still at Camp Crystal Lake. There's the scene where the girl protagonist goes to drink tea with the 2 tea ladies in the camper. The scene with the cop in the car, and how no one escapes. Scene with the semi-truck. Scene where the Asian kid goes to the shack and gets killed. And Bubba is the one chasing them in underground tunnels he made from the house from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This whole movie is supposed to be Jason. Bubba is smashed into a wood chipper thing in the barn with a chain and they stab him. When the 2 teens escape, they throw him in the water, and at the end, detectives narrate that the case is still open. This messed me up. This scene is supposed to be from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. My girlfriend and I are mind blown to this day. We watched the exact same thing, and only her and I can be like, you remember when this part was actually so-and-so, yes? We watched it again, this time reading Wikipedia, and it was exactly how it should be. There's no suicidal girl hitchhiker, and no little boy or Sheriff Hoyt, and it's Jason throughout, not Leatherface/Bubba. At the end of this time, Jason's hand smashes through the deck and grabs the girl. It was like someone was making a mix-up of the 2 movies in real time and trying to correct it seamlessly in front of us. I watched these 2 movies separated on 2 computers, and I'm speechless. They're so different. Yet that night, with my girlfriend as my witness, it was like watching a crossover of the 2 movies, with the flowing plot, but with characters, scenes, actors in the wrong place, in the wrong movie. And no, neither of us was tripping. By the way, it's a disc, so it wasn't some shady stream of Friday the 13th, 2009 with Texas Chainsaw Massacre scenes edited in. When I play it now, it plays entirely different, like it's supposed to. I think about this night often because it is so hard to describe. Because it's a movie, or 2 movies in one, and also because it was then that I became terribly aware that reality has glitches. Glitches that more than just I notice. This happened back in December of 2020. Backstory: on December 11th, 2004, my grandfather passed away. I was 13. Almost immediately, the 3 sons and 3 daughters tore the family in 2 and continued the feud. In February 2011, my grandmother passed away while I was deployed overseas. I was 20. After her death, the 3 sisters sold off the house and hoarded the family recipes and their heirlooms. I only wanted one thing. I wanted my grandfather's dog tags, being the only grandchild to serve in the military. It was something that meant something to me. Sadly, I was told that I would not appreciate them and was essentially dismissed, so I never asked for anything else. After I was honorably discharged from the United States Marine Corps, I pursued a career as a chef. Over time, I started to really want to recover certain family recipes. I had cut ties with the family because I wasn't going to pick sides, and I either wanted the family to be together, or I didn't want to be a part of it. I haven't been in contact for years. My last contact was in 2013, when barely any of the family attended my wedding. The story? The first week of December, I was talking with my brother. I only keep in contact with him and my father. My brother mentioned how awesome it would have been to have the recipe for my grandparents' zucchini relish. They made it fresh with ingredients from their garden. They jarred it, and it was a big hit with the family. A few days later, I was writing a letter to accompany some recipes that I was sending to a friend for Christmas. I wrote the letter while I was taking a ferry ride to an island that I was to work on that day. When I finished the letter, I tucked it into a pouch that I had never used on my backpack. The pouch is basically where your back meets the pack. It's open at the top and it is quite narrow. The letter remained there until the end of the week. Friday, December 11th, 2020, I return home from work and immediately reach into the small, narrow pouch, while focused on getting my house key ready. I pull out a piece of weathered paper, confused as this isn't the letter. I'm now focused on this paper while thinking to myself, what the hell? The paper is weathered and written in blue ink, which reminded me of the cheap blue pens my grandfather kept around the house, and the handwriting was vaguely familiar. I proceed to read it, and a chill goes right up my spine. It's the zucchini relish recipe that my brother and I had talked about days prior. I immediately messaged him, and he tells me to look at the date. It's 12/11. In other words, it's the anniversary of my grandfather's death, and one of my grandparents' recipes spontaneously appears in an unlikely place. I audibly thanked my grandfather as I walked into my house with the recipe in hand. Even more eerie is the fact that my brother has told me that the three daughters do not have possession of this recipe, and yet here it is in my possession. It's one thing to discuss something and social media then shows you ads for that exact thing. It's another thing to discuss something personal and have it spontaneously appear in an unlikely place by extraordinary means. I work at a quite large retirement home with 3 separate buildings, and every Wednesday we have to get a COVID test. So, today, before my shift started, I had to go to the furthest building where they do the testing. Since this building is the furthest building, and I do not work in that one, I parked in that parking lot, and I left my car running because I knew I was going to be back in a minute to go park in my usual spot. I usually always leave my car running whenever I go somewhere for a very short amount of time, just to make things easier. It's not an unusual thing for me to do. I met my friend in the testing room, and we were headed back to the same building at the same time, and I offered her a ride back, so she didn't have to walk. When we went to get in my car, my doors were locked, and my car was still running. I immediately called a locksmith, and he said he would be there in 10 minutes. While waiting for him to arrive, we decided to walk to the other building and start getting things ready for our shift. Out of habit, and to make sure, I checked my apron pockets, which are relatively small and thin, and my keys weren't there. I had no pockets and nowhere else for my keys to have been. It was kind of pointless to look for my keys because my car was turned on, which meant my keys were definitely in the car. But nevertheless, I still looked. I don't have a spare key either. When the locksmith called me to say that he was here, I met him at my car, and my car wasn't running anymore. It had only been about 15 minutes since I got locked out of it. So I thought maybe my battery died, or maybe I ran out of gas. Even though I had 3/4 of a tank left, and my battery isn't old. The locksmith suggested it was a safety hazard feature of the car, even though I've sat in my car for a prolonged period of time and it's never turned off on me. He ended up getting the door open, and when I went to go grab my keys, they weren't in the ignition, or anywhere visible in my car. At this point, I'm thinking to myself that this has to be a joke. I walked over to a window that you could see the COVID testing room from to see if they were in there, and as I was walking, I heard my keys jingling in my apron. You were able to hear my keys whenever I'm walking. Sure enough, they were in my apron. My friend and I both started to freak out because my car was 100% running and locked. I asked the locksmith how much it would be. He told me $25 for the drive there, $25 for the drive back, and $150 for opening the door. And that's $200 for a 25-minute time period. Ridiculous, if you ask me. Right before Christmas, too, which blows because I work a minimum wage job part-time, and I have 5 family members to buy gifts for. Definitely a slap in the face. But this blows my mind because my car was on. I swear on everything. Both me and my friend can vouch for that. You can hear my car running when it's on, and I checked my apron. My keys are not something hard to miss in a thin apron. I had also been walking around, preparing for my shift to start, and never once heard my keys jingling. This feels like a sick joke that someone played on me, but it's impossible. I have no clue how my keys ended up in my apron because I left my car on. This is the first time something impossibly weird has ever happened to me. So, goodbye $200 and screw you, universe. I don't know how else to explain this except it being a glitch. My dad was a swinging bachelor back in the 60s, before he met my mom. He'd go scuba diving in the Caribbean, skiing in Canada, and all sorts of other adventures with his group of buddies. For his bachelor party in 1969, they all went to Florida and rented boats to take to the Bahamas. One of his good friends asked if he could bring along a friend of his, which I'll call Jack. My dad said sure, but found Jack to be pretty square. A staunch Republican and a real company man who worked at IBM. They got along okay, but didn't hit it off as friends. My mom doesn't even recall asking Jack to the wedding, though they saw each other once or twice at the friend in common's house, which would have been in the early 70s. Shortly after, Jack got transferred and he and his family moved across the country. This would also have been in the early 70s, and my parents got a few Christmas cards from them over the years, but never reunited or even spoke again, either in person or on the phone. Definitely not friends and barely meeting the definition of acquaintances at that point. Fast forward to last year, my mom calls me flustered because she had gotten an email from Jack. The email address included his correctly spelled first and last name having an unusual spelling. It was just a sentence or two saying hi, He just wanted to get in touch and hoped it was not too late. It was signed, Love Jack, which frankly weirded my mom out. I suggested that she Google him to try to find his contact info, to give him a call or see what it was all about. Maybe dementia? However, when she Googled, she found an obituary dated over a year before the day that she had received the email from him. I have a lot of questions, as you can imagine. Several people have assured me that Jack's computer must have been hacked, but how did Jack, and hence the hackers, get my mom's email address? They had never spoken, let alone exchanged email addresses, only a couple of Christmas cards 40 plus years ago, and my mom's email address does not contain her first or last name. It's a combination of her favorite flower, some random numbers, and the name of one of our cherished family dogs. There is zero chance that Jack could have guessed any of that, and the friend in common passed away in the 80s, so it definitely wasn't him that gave Jack my mom's email address, since nobody had them. Also, I did some research, and the email address used by Jack is linked to a house in the same small town he lived in, and the white pages indicate that a woman with his wife's name still lives there. So, what am I missing here? Update: several months ago when this happened, I had my mom forward the email from Jack, and I responded to it with a simple, "Is this you, Jack? What do you want? Please respond." It's been months, and no one answered. Update 2. In an effort to make this story as accurate as possible, I decided not to rely on my memory. Instead, I went back to the original email from Jack as forwarded to me by my mom, right when it happened several months ago. It reads exactly as follows. No more, no less. Hi, I hope you get this on time. Can you do me a favor, please? Love, Jack. I'm so glad that I found this forum because I recently had a strange experience that I can't really explain, and I've had nowhere to talk about it, and no one to talk about it with, until now. I hope I explain it well enough. This is my first ever Reddit post, so I hope it's acceptable for you all. Here goes. My birthday is the 6th of October, and this last one was quite uneventful with one exception. Let me first preface a little by saying that between 1 to 2 days before my birthday, I had 3 different unrelated people tell me, "Happy belated birthday," which I thought nothing of when the first person said it, but by the third time, I was thinking maybe I should check my Facebook profile and see if it changed somehow. So I checked it, and it hadn't. It was set to show the correct birthday. Fast forward to the night of the 4th, and my partner, after a long commute, got home from work at 7 p.m. and started complaining about a match with his favorite soccer team. They're usually a very excellent team, and win majority of their matches. He was enthusiastically telling me that they had lost against a team that was known to not be so stellar. He told me the score was 7-2, which he repeated several times throughout the night in disbelief. When this conversation happened, I was sitting in the chair at our dining table, and he was sitting at our 2-seater lounge, around 2 meters, or 6-ish feet, away. Fast forward again to the next day, the 5th, and it's about 5 p.m. My partner had just gotten off work and sent me a screenshot of a score message saying that he was so upset with his favorite team that they lost 7-2. I told him, "Yeah, don't you remember? We had this conversation last night. They lost 7-2 because of blah blah blah." And he said, "What conversation? I have no idea what you're talking about." Needless to say, I was confused at this point and thought that he was acting strangely. What was he talking about? We absolutely 100% had that conversation. There's zero doubt in my mind. I was there, in person. It happened, and it wasn't a dream. So, I pushed further and described what I remembered. He said, "What are you talking about? That didn't happen. There's no way that we talked about this last night. They didn't even play until 2 a.m. this morning." So, I furiously went on to Google to find the list of game times, and to my shock, he was right. The only game that had the score result of 7-2 was a match that was played that very morning at 2 a.m. my time. There was absolutely nothing the night before, when we clearly had that conversation. But I was the only one remembering that it happened. So that, coupled with the odd, belated birthday wishes when it wasn't even my birthday yet, made me kind of wonder if I was somehow glitched forward in time to a day later for a short period. I'm still just as confused about it. He also denies it happened, including where we were sitting. Too long didn't read, wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey, reality is weird. I experienced an event that apparently didn't happen until the day after. And yes, to anyone listening, I read that too long didn't read just so I could say, wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey. I hope you liked it. Alright, so this story isn't as thrilling as the title, but I'm hoping it's enjoyable nonetheless. Feel free to remove it if it's not for this sub. I did used to hang out with Mary Jane from time to time, but I've been clean for a couple months now, thanks to a new job. And yeah, posting on mobile, whatever. This is my first post here, but I've been stalking the sub for months, reading all the crazy stories that keep me up at night. About 2 years ago, on a one-off weekend trip to IKEA, I picked up 2 clocks. One was a matte white analog wall clock, and the other was a little analog clock from my desk. It was a nice one, with a white face and a matte yellow body. The outside rim of the face lights up when you tap on it. No issues with it for the whole time I had it, until yesterday. It runs on 4 AA batteries. I only buy Duracell batteries. Yeah, the fireman commercials have me convinced for life. This will be important in a second, as there are only Duracell batteries in my apartment, and I live alone. I recently bought an Xbox Series S to play Cyberpunk 2077, and I was having fun with it until the controller inevitably chewed up its batteries. I went through the last batteries in the pack in my drawer, and then went on the scavenging around the apartment for unused electronics. Seriously, screw Microsoft for not making the controllers rechargeable by now. I remembered that my desk clock ran on 4 of them, so that would give me a few weeks of playtime at least. I pop them out and leave the clock for dead. I didn't really use it much anyways. I have a smartphone and a watch and whatnot. The clock stopped, and I continued on gaming. Eventually, I burned through the batteries and forgot about the other 2 I left in the clock. So I went out and got a fresh pack of Duracell Optimums. Fast forward to yesterday, at 5:01 p.m., I was looking at my IKEA wall clock, the other one that I purchased, and noticed it was a good 14 minutes behind. So, I went to correct it and wondered, I wonder what time the other clock got stuck on a few weeks back. I look over, and 5:02 p.m. At first, I was amazed at the coincidence. Like, what are the odds of me looking at the clock at that exact time that it stopped on? I thought nothing of it, really, just happy I had something interesting happen on an otherwise boring day. After scrolling through my phone for a bit, wasting time on dating apps, playing a game of solitaire or two, and melting my brain on Twitter, I looked at the clock again. 5:13 p.m. Excuse me, but what the hell? I quickly popped open the yellow backing of the clock, but not before the rim started glowing as soon as my hand touched the top. Okay, kinda weird. Rayovacs. 2 of the blue and silver things just sitting there, where I had scavenged the Duracells from barely a month ago. I haven't recently bought anything battery-powered besides my Xbox controller, which came with generic AA's in it that I promptly replaced. So, I have absolutely no idea how Rayovacs got into my clock, or even my apartment. Side note, anyone looking for a used IKEA clock for sale? It looks like new, and it's self-charging now, apparently. As a teenager, I lived in a dead-end neighborhood, a mile into an expansive state forest in a rural Connecticut town, with lots of history and a supposedly haunted graveyard. The town had a heavy energy, and I had plenty of spooky little glitch experiences while living there. For instance, seeing movements in my peripheral vision. But the one big glitch which I remember so vividly all this time later happened on a cloudy, gray November afternoon, when I decided to go on one of my many woods adventures. Usually, I would do these excursions with neighborhood friends, but this day, I was alone. I started out from my backyard and went straight into the woods to explore a section I was less familiar with. As I wandered deeper, the day became grayer and gloomier. The trees were bare or had a few crispy brown leaves barely clinging to their branches, and the air was cool. A typical New England November day in the woods. It was nearing dusk, but I pressed on, wanting to see how far I could get. Suddenly, I found myself stepping out of the gray, wintry woods onto an old, rutted dirt road with worn wheel tracks and humps of green grass. No longer cold and gray, it was sunny. The sky was clear and blue, and the trees were full of green leaves all along the trail. There was a gentle, warm breeze, and it smelled of summer. I stopped, startled by the abrupt change, feeling as if I had just entered into another world. It was so pleasant and inviting. I wasn't scared. It was so beautiful and peaceful. I felt this overwhelming urge to walk down the path and see where it would take me. But noting the time and knowing it was cold and dusky mere seconds before I had stepped into this inexplicable sunshine, I decided that I didn't have time to explore this lush, tempting road, especially since doing so would change my direction, and I was concerned about getting disoriented and not being able to find my way home in what should have been the rapidly darkening evening. Instead, I decided to come back the next day with a friend. I turned around and I stepped back off the trail into the chilly November gloom and headed home via the same straight line that I had plotted. I couldn't stop thinking about that place. It was so surreal and peaceful. It had no business being that green and sunny. The next day, I recruited a friend, determined to show her, but we couldn't find the trail. I never found it again, even though I remembered exactly how I got there and tried to find it several times after. I sometimes think back on that day, all those years ago, and I wonder why it was there, and what would have happened if I had decided to walk down that path. Sorry if this is long or boring, but has anyone else had something like this happen? Just to say, This took place in Burlington, Connecticut, and yeah, I'm glad I didn't end up on r/missing 411. Yesterday I took my wife out for brunch for our anniversary. It's cold and rainy here, and we're not eating indoors at restaurants due to the pandemic, so we choose a spot with good food and a covered patio. Due to the weather, I put on a Sherpa-lined tan corduroy trucker jacket. It was a birthday gift from my wife a couple of years ago. Anyways, we enjoyed a great brunch. I paid the bills and most likely returned my slim wallet to my right front pants pocket, as this is where I carry my wallet. We made another stop to make a purchase at Target on the way home, when again, I produced my wallet from my pocket, debit card from the wallet to pay, made payments, returned wallet presumably to the correct right front pants pocket, and finally returned home. Hours go by and I don't make any purchases or have any reason to pull out my wallet. I'm at home, I'm doing dad stuff inside, not wearing a jacket. I'm making food for my children, playing on the floor with them, reading bedtime stories, also not wearing a jacket. Shortly after the kids are in bed, my wife and I decide to indulge once more over anniversary weekend and pick up some carry-out dinner instead of cooking or reheating leftovers. I grab a jacket and head out the door, drive the 1.5 miles to one of our favorite fast food joints, put the order in at the drive-thru, and pull around to pay at the first window. I reach into my front pants pocket and panic. No wallet. I can use my phone to pay, if they can do that through the drive-thru, I wonder to myself, as I reach into my hand warmer pocket in my Sherpa-lined trucker jacket. I'm just kind of instinctively checking pockets for no logical reasoning here. Yes, I almost shout out loud when I realize that my wallet is in my jacket pocket. I must have put it in this pocket after paying at the restaurant or Target, I thought. Except, this isn't the jacket I was wearing earlier. I was sitting there wearing a double black Sherpa-lined denim jacket, a very similar jacket, but different fabrics and colors. I definitely wore the tan corduroy jacket early in the day when I was using my wallet. I distinctly remember choosing the jacket because my wife had bought it for me previously. When I went to grab the fast food, I didn't even bother to grab the same jacket, because it wouldn't be customary for me to have left my wallet in a jacket pocket. I always carry it in my right front jeans pocket. Somehow, my wallet autonomously migrated from my pants pocket, or my other jacket pocket, into the black jacket hand warmer pocket. I'm not someone that pocket dumps all my pocket stuff out upon returning home. Generally, my keys, wallet, a small knife, etc., all stay in my pockets until I need them. They generally only get pulled out at home when I'm laundering my jeans, or changing pants, unless I have to pull a card out of my wallet to make a purchase. It makes no sense that I would have pulled my wallet out of my pants and put it in to this jacket pocket. To give a little bit of setup for this story, I live in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment with a single roommate. The apartment has an open floor plan in the front with a kitchen/dining room/living room. Then there's a hallway off the dining room that leads straight to my roommate's room, or a left turn to his bathroom. At the end of the hall, there is a master bedroom with ensuite bath. That's my room. For reasons that are irrelevant to this story, the door to my room always remains closed. His rarely does because his cat's food and litter box are in his room. I'm currently working from home. My computer is set up in the living room. My roommate works at a grocery store, but the day in question was his day off. As per usual, on his day off, he woke up at his normal time of way too freaking early and decided to take a nap later in the day. My lunch hour rolls around at noon, and I have a few errands that I need to run. Since I've been working from home, I've also been working in my pajamas. So I go to my room to change clothes. I'm in there for a little less than 15 minutes. I glanced at the clock before leaving my room to see how much of my hour I'd wasted, and it said 12:14. When I opened the door into the hallway, I was hit with a strong and oddly distinctive smell of meatballs being cooked in barbecue sauce. I figured my roommate woke up from his nap hungry, until I take the 3 steps forward that allows me to see into his room, and I notice he's still sound asleep. I would have noticed if he'd cooked them earlier while I was working. So I checked the kitchen really quick to make sure he didn't wake up while I was in my room, put some meatballs on to cook, and then fall back asleep while they were cooking. The stove, oven, and all appliances were off. The frozen meatballs were still in the freezer, which I checked because I realized I was going to have to quickly grab something to eat when I got home from running my errands. I was looking for something else to eat since I don't actually like meatballs and barbecue sauce, but I did notice them there. I leave, I get my stuff done, and then I return home almost 10 minutes before my lunch hour is over. The clock in my car said that it was 12:52 when I got out. I go in, and I go to put my stuff in my room and see my roommate awake and sitting at his computer. I wish him an ironic good morning. He asked where I went on my lunch hour, and we exchanged pleasantries for a moment, during which I asked when he had cooked meatballs for his lunch. He says, just now, and gives me a slightly odd look. I asked if he'd gone back to sleep afterwards, and he says no. He literally just ate the last one before I walked in. I told him I could smell them cooking before I left, and he said that's not possible because he woke up when he heard me close the front door and leave. I ask how the hell I smelled them half an hour earlier then. He shrugs and just says, "Meatballs from the future?" Still baffled, I finish putting my stuff in my room and log back into my work computer. I still have no clue how I predicted what he was going to eat for lunch, or how I smelled him cooking them a good 30 minutes too early. Hi everyone, this is my first Reddit post ever. The glitch in the Matrix is what brought me here because I've experienced quite a few glitches in my life. I would like to discuss one of the things that has happened to me, because I've never met anyone who's experienced the same. But I'm quite sure that there must be people out there who have. It's about changing a deja vu, so knowing what is about to happen next, but changing its course so that the outcome is different than what happens in your deja vu. I know the scientific explanation of deja vu is that your brain is just lagging behind a bit and catching up. So you're not really experiencing something you've experienced before, but you're only perceiving it in that way. Interesting explanation, but quite improbable if you manage to change the narrative. Here's the story. When I was in my early 20s, I was on a camping trip with a few friends. I met a bunch of new people there, and I really liked and clicked with them. We had great fun together, and were sharing stories around a campfire in the evening. I didn't drink at the time, so I wasn't intoxicated. At some point, the subject of deja vus came up, and we started discussing them. During that discussion, I had an actual deja vu. In that deja vu, I told everyone I was having one at that moment, and the mood turned quite awkward. It was obvious they were very skeptical about it, didn't believe me, and thought I was just making it up to sound interesting and to get attention. I really didn't want to put off these people from liking me, because I had such a good connection with them. so I stopped myself in time and didn't mention the fact that I was actually having a deja vu, and just kept my mouth shut. Because of that, the deja vu obviously changed. There was no awkwardness, and we continued to have a great evening and the rest of the weekend. Looking back, I suspect that changing the deja vu actually changed my life. Those people I met there, they became very good friends, to such a point that I moved to their hometown, which I fell in love with the moment I first visited it, and I became roommates with one of them when I left my mom's house to live on my own. In that same circle, I met the love of my life, with whom I have a wonderful relationship, and many of those people are still an important part of my life. I'm 39 now. I often wondered how different my life would have been if the people around that campfire had mistaken me for an attention seeker, if I had told them about the deja vu. Knowing them, it would have definitely influenced their opinion about me, and I doubt they would have liked me as much. I shared the story with some of them later on, when they knew me well enough to know that I'm not an attention seeker at all, but they can't really remember the discussion, which is rather logical, because it didn't have the same impact on them as it did on me, of course. So I'm curious if there are people out there who have similar stories about changing deja vu, and do you have the feeling it actually changed the course of your life? Or was it only a minor thing? I would love to hear your stories. When I was a teenager, I had a sleepover with my best friend, Emma. We had planned to drink that night, but I want to make it clear that when this happened, we were sober. Because we were going to drive her golf cart before we drank. It was early in February, and it was snowing a little bit that night. I brought boots because Emma and I like to park the golf cart and walk around different neighborhoods and smoke cigarettes. Her neighborhood had huge houses in it that were spread apart pretty good. But on one edge of the neighborhood, there was a tree line. Once I got there, we chilled and waited for her parents to fall asleep. It was late and dark, but we snuck out, and Emma suggested we go to the tree line because there was a deserted cul-de-sac back there that we could check out. Apparently, they were going to be putting more houses back there, but they hadn't yet started, so it was deserted. We drove to the edge of the road in her golf cart, parked it, and cut through the tree line. We crossed a small area of grass that had quite a bit of snow on it, and we ended up right at the cul-de-sac. The road extended just a little ways to the warehouse and a set of train tracks. The only lighted area was at the warehouse, and the cul-de-sac was deserted and dark because of the trees surrounding us on the edges. Emma and I walked down to the edge of the road to the train tracks and started walking on them to be edgy or whatever, and we were just chatting. I look up towards the cul-de-sac and realize that there is a car sitting there with its headlights on, facing me and Emma. I froze. I told Emma, "Dude, did you see that car go by?" She looked at the car and then at me, and with eyes wide, she said, "No." To get to that cul-de-sac, you would have had to have driven past me and Emma on the tracks, or you could just mow down those huge freaking trees in the bordering tree line. There's no way we wouldn't have noticed a car crossing the tracks, because one, it would have been loud, and we would have seen the car, headlights on or not, and two, we were literally standing on them. I don't remember what exactly we said next, but we made the executive decision to just make a break for the tree line and get back home. I do remember hesitating, though, because whoever was in that car was going to clearly see us run across the snow. Plus, it was slippery, and my shoes were already wet. We started running, though, and we got back to the golf cart. We drove around the neighborhood a while to calm our nerves, and we never saw any cars leave that area. I remember this story so vividly, but when I tried to talk to Emma about it, she confused the details and said that she couldn't remember it clearly for some reason. She did recall that we were in the golf cart, though. I'm convinced that it was a glitch, since there was no way we wouldn't have seen that car drive east. This just happened today, and I can't figure it out at all. I'm of sound mind, I don't drink or do drugs, and I'm not overly tired. We recently switched my 10-year-old daughter into a new school district. Since we switched her after the beginning of the year, they didn't have any coordinating bus routes to pick her up or drop her off. So I pick her up and I drop her off daily. Today was exactly the same as any other day. Until it wasn't. I dropped her off this morning as usual, and went about my day. My daughter's school gets out at 2:50. I have an alarm set on my phone for 2:30, just in case I'm distracted and not paying attention to the clock. The alarm went off, I got myself ready, and I was out the door by 2:40 for the 10-minute drive to pick my kid up. I had the radio on, and I was driving down a back country road to the school when the first weird thing happened. I was zoning out, staring at the road, when it kind of clicked in my brain that the song on the radio was lasting longer than usual. I started paying more attention to it and singing along in my head when the song ended. I figured zoning out just made me lose track of time. When the same song started again, odd. The radio station must be glitching. Whatever. Just as I was turning down the drive to my daughter's school, the song ended and started all over again. I switched the station at this point. I love Maroon 5, but come on. I pulled up to the school, which normally has parents waiting for their kids. Vehicles everywhere, kids running all over, but today, it was empty. No kids, no parents, no extra cars. I figured I was maybe a little earlier than normal and I circled the building. Lap 1, empty. Lap 2, empty. At this point, I'm getting concerned. I decided I would loop around one more time, and if I didn't see anybody, I would park and go inside to see what the hell was going on. I looped around, and I see a few extra cars that weren't there before, and my daughter standing outside in tears with the building aid. I park by the sidewalk and I run to them thinking that something was really wrong when my daughter cries out, "Mom, I was so scared. Where were you?" I asked her where the heck she was while I was driving in circles. Her and the aide agreed that she was outside waiting for me. She'd been standing there for half an hour, waiting for me while all the other kids were getting picked up. There's no way that 3 laps around the building would have taken more than 5 minutes. And why didn't I see any other kids outside at all? Every single time I drove back by the elementary pickup area, it was completely empty. And then, how did I lose half an hour? And my mind is completely blown by all of this, and I can't find any reasonable explanations. Hey guys, I've never posted here before, never thought I'd have to. For context, my mom died about 16 months ago. My sister still lives in her house with her boyfriend. They're looking for a new place, and the house is going to me purely because it's too big for my sister, and my sister doesn't want to live there anyway. My mom's room has been entered about 3 times since she died. In all honesty, it's a mess, because it's exactly the way it was when she died, and she stayed in the hospice so my sister, who is a messy bugger but who also didn't like going in there, didn't do much with it apart from going in to get anything my mom needed, taken to the hospice, or putting washed clothes on her bed. All her belongings from the hospice were brought back and placed in her room. The bags are still on the floor because none of us can face going in there unless we really need to. And due to COVID, there has been a delay in getting my mom's headstone. We've made it so pretty, and we're up there every other day to keep it pretty for her. About 2 months ago, I remembered the little pink marble angel I always had on me for positive vibes, and I thought my mom would like it, so I sat it next to the flower at her grave. The angel is like the size of a child's pinky, but it has a bit of weight. About a month ago, we were tidying up the grave, and I realized the angel is gone. At the time, I figured it was either weather-related, or someone stole it. Fast forward about 2 weeks, and I had to go get something from my mom's room that was in her purse. The purse hasn't been touched since before she died, and she would have been the last person to touch it. So I go up and I look for the purse, and eventually find it in her makeup boxes. I open it to make sure the thing I'm looking for is in there, and my heart sank. I froze on the spot, but only for a second, because I just immediately felt happy, even though I was crying my eyes out. That pink angel, it was in her purse. But how? I genuinely have tried to brush this off as something that's happened that will be perfectly explained by logic, but I can't. So, did I have more than one angel? No, I absolutely did not. Did my mom have one? This is unlikely, because it was my friend from New Zealand who sent it to me from there. Did I even put it on the grave? Yes, because my papa phoned and asked me if it was me that put it there because he really loved it. Did I take it away from the grave, go into the one room I don't go into, and put it in a purse I have not touched since before my mother died? If any of you guys could think of a logical explanation, I would appreciate it, because I want to believe this is something more, but until I've exhausted all other possibilities, my head won't let me. So, thank you for reading. Okay, so this just happened to me, and I feel like maybe I'm crazy. I live in upstate New York, near the Catskills, so if anyone else experienced this, I would like to know. Obligatory, I'm not currently under any influence on any medication or sleep deprived, and was not at the time of that event either. I'm in charge of letting the dogs out in the middle of the night. I don't know why the dogs always come to me, but they do. So I just get up and let them out, and then let them in whenever they're done. I've had dogs my entire life, so I'm accustomed to regular sleep interruptions. When I let the dogs out, I passed the clock on the stove. I usually look at the time to get a sense of how long I have left to sleep, and to know how long the dogs have been out. Sometimes I just wing it with time, but not tonight. My partner and I agree that we probably fell asleep around 10 to 10:30. The last activity on my phone was around 9 o'clock, so it was at least that late. We let the dogs out just before bed, and then they usually go out once or twice during the night. Tonight, I let them out the first time and I don't remember the time, but I'll assume it was around 1 or 2 o'clock, as that is the usual time for them. The second time I got up, however, I looked at the clock and it was 4:09. I remembered this because I thought, that's weird. The dogs usually never need to go out at 4. It's usually 5 or closer to 7 when we're waking up. I let them back in at 4:14 and went back to bed. Then, I'm woken up again by the dogs. I considered ignoring them because I had assumed my alarm would be going off soon, and then I would be up and could let them out. But the littlest one seemed sincere that he had to go out and could not wait. So I got up and I let them out. I looked at the clock, expecting it to be close enough to 7 that I could just start my shower, but it was 2:36. And I thought at first maybe I was crazy. But when I went back to bed and I laid down and my partner unlocked his phone to check the time, he said it was 2:30? That's it? I thought it would be way later than that. I haven't talked to him about my experience. He's currently outside removing ice from the gate. I'll update later to let you all know what he thinks or what he experienced. Edit. My partner said he did not notice how many times I had been up with the dogs, but he doesn't disbelieve me. He said that in the past few days, he's felt like time is moving very slowly at night. But he's on a new medication, so he chalked it up to that. I wish there was some more concrete evidence that I had, but this is really it. I'm not exactly sure what happened yesterday, but what I do know is that I most definitely was not where I had been. So I was out for a nice walk, 5 miles, and I saw this sign advertising an estate sale. Kind of funny that I had missed it on the way out, seeing as it was also advertising for the day before. No matter, it was pointing down the side road and was listed as being on a street that I had never heard of, but my memory for these things was never good. I figured that I would have at least an hour and a half left if I drove by after my walk. Who knows how far it was? I wasn't going to try to find it on foot. Fortunately, the planners were good about putting up signs and arrows. It was a straight shot into the newest and fanciest part of town, and then a right turn. Simple. The sale itself was a bust. Sure, things had been picked over, but the prices were insane and even at half off. I drove back to the turn only to find a giant sign that said, "Dead End," in my direction. Odd. I must have forgotten that I had gone through a small intersection. No matter. I continued to the next and made my turn. That's when things got strange. I was no longer in the nice, upscale neighborhood. I was not in a neighborhood at all. There were lots of trees and a few run-down buildings. No people out. Occasionally what looked like a graveyard, but for trailer homes, skeletons of them, and no signs of life. You might ask why I didn't turn around. Well, the road was narrow, and so was the side. A drop-off made me feel like not risking it. After a while, there were just empty fields with a creepy feeling to them. I see a fork in the road and a sign that told me the name of the road I was on. Strangely enough, it was the name of a fairly new and upscale trailer park around the other side of town. Well, I thought that maybe I had just gotten turned around and on one of the back roads that snake all the way around the other side of town. Since I hadn't found a good place to turn around, I would just loop around and get back past that park. Then I saw it. Local trailer park, big sign and everything. Only, it was an empty glade, surrounded by trees. Not the park that I knew of. The name was the same though, and no signs of houses, construction, town, just 2 kids staring at me. I used the area in front of the park to immediately turn around and I got the hell out of there as fast as I could. Eventually, I found myself back at the place where the neighborhood once again suddenly became the modern, fancy suburb. I turned at the sign for the estate sale and found myself on the familiar road to my side of town. I still don't know where I was. I drove to an estate sale, and I ended up in the Twilight Zone. I'm not sure if this belongs here, but I think this fits the bill. I'm on mobile, so sorry for any formatting issues. So, for some backstory, I recently have been moving around a lot. In the span of 2 months, I moved out of my apartment to go back home, and then from there my partner and I moved into his parents' house across the country. About a week before I left town, I stayed at a coworker's place because I couldn't stay in my apartment the last week before I left. I lived out of a small suitcase for the time because all of my other stuff was taken to my mom's, thanks to a lovely friend. Once I got home, I shared a room with my sister. So, since I knew that I wouldn't be staying at my mom's house for very long, I kept all of my stuff boxed up, and would just rummage through them for clothes or whatever I might need. At the time, I had a suitcase that had some stuff in it, but I hardly went into it, and it stayed under the bed for a while. Well, at some point, I wanted something out of there, and so I opened it up and rummaged through it, and I found a car key that I didn't recognize. It was kind of broken and had tape on it. At first, I thought maybe it was my coworkers or her roommates, so I took a picture of it and sent it to them, asking if this was theirs. It wasn't, and they also checked if maybe it was someone else's, but still no dice. When my sister came home from work, I showed it to her and I asked her if she might know about it. When she saw it, her eyes got big and she was like, "Oh my God, no way." She took it from me and sent a picture to one of her coworkers, and then told me a story about a couple of nights ago at work. Her coworker thought he lost his key in her car, but they tore through everything and even dumped out her purse just in case, but they never found it. It ended up turning into a joke at work that she stole it because there's no other place it could be. He ended up getting a replacement key, but he wasn't upset because he needed one since it was kind of broken. It ended up being his key, wildly, and we have no clue how it got there. Luckily, no one was mad, and no one thought she actually stole the key, but everyone thought it was strange. To be clear, I found the key in the middle of all the clothes and stuff in it, and I also hadn't been in it for a while. There's no reason that my sister would need to go in there, and she said she hadn't been in it. There's also no reason it would have been there, or it could have gotten there by accident. Luckily, even though his replacement key was expensive, he's just happy to have 2 keys in case of an emergency, and now has a weird story to tell others. Let me know what you think, and if you have any ideas on how it could have gotten there. I'm not sure if this is the right thread, but I'm very confused and need a fresh point of view. I moved into an apartment about 2 months ago now. Everything is going well and we're very happy. But our ashtrays keep disappearing. This all started a few weeks after we moved in. We live on the 2nd floor and we sit on our balcony to smoke, so our apartment is at the top. Nobody is above us, nobody is below us when we're on the balcony. There's also no neighboring balconies surrounding us. We're secluded and high up. A few weeks after we first moved in, We had an ashtray on the table on the balcony. It was pretty full, and it needed emptying. We'd both acknowledged this a couple hours before going back out later to see it completely gone. We were both convinced that the other had moved it, and we just passed it off because it was too weird to explain. I then put another ashtray out, and we decided to ignore it, because we were freaking each other out. 10 days after I had put the ashtray out, it disappeared. I was home alone, so I knew my boyfriend couldn't have moved it, and I had been out to smoke only about half an hour before. I was very stressed this day. I couldn't understand how another one could have disappeared, because we're too high up for someone to climb, and I would hear if someone was clashing around with the ladder. And then why go through all that effort for a gross ashtray? When my boyfriend got home, I went outside to look up at our balcony and attempt to climb up, but it's impossible. I rummaged around the area, but no ashtray. We ordered a hidden camera, but it's not arriving until January. We decided to put an empty coffee jar out instead and use that as an ashtray, because both of our sentimental ones had vanished, and we didn't want to spend money on another one. Just now, we go out to smoke together, and the coffee jar has vanished. I'm baffled, and also growing more concerned. This has to be a person, but how? I can't explain it. Does anybody have any rational explanations? By the way, we are allowed to smoke in our apartment, and the landlord is aware of it. Our neighbors know we smoke, and some of them do too, so nobody is bothered by it. It also wouldn't be a problem, as you can't see or smell the smoke because of how secluded we are. And edit, it's not the wind, as we have other objects on the table and plants, and nothing ever goes missing other than the ashtrays, which is considerably heavier than the other objects. I haven't thought about this in years, and I've kept it to myself because I didn't want anyone else to think I was crazy. But maybe people in this sub will take this seriously. Several years ago, while I was still in college, I had a bizarre event happen. I went to school at a small college in the mountains. A few friends and I were going to go into the nearby city for the weekend to meet up, and stay with friends and go to a concert there in town. I was driving, and 2 friends were supposed to ride with me. My friends had gone off somewhere, and I was getting pissed because they were making us late. The group of friends finally got back, and one of my 2 friends, let's call them Mike and Josh, wasn't with the group. I asked Mike where Josh was, and Mike said, "I thought he was already with you." We looked around campus, and we couldn't find him. And of course, he wasn't answering his phone or texts. So I finally said we had to leave because it took almost 2 hours to get to the show, and we were already running late. If you're familiar with mountain roads, you know how they can be curvy and sometimes dangerous. I decided to take a shortcut to get over the mountain because it would take us a different and hopefully quicker way into the city. The road was worse though, without guardrails in a lot of places, so as we're over the mountain and coming back down, a deer ran out in front of my car. I had 2 choices, hit the deer or run off the road down a steep bank. Either option seriously sucked, but I decided hitting the deer was better than possibly rolling my car down a bank. I swerved, trying to miss the deer, but also didn't have hardly any room on the road, so I was sure that I would hit it. By some miracle, we hit nothing, and we didn't fall off the bank. At that moment, from the back seat, I hear Josh say, "Holy crap, dude!" I was shocked and kind of jokingly said something like, "Have you been asleep or something?" But I have no memory of him getting in my car and was seriously freaked out. Later that night, I asked Mike when we got Josh because the last thing I remembered was saying we'd have to leave to make it to the show on time. Mike said he'd been in the car since we picked him up at the store on the way out of town. I stopped to get gas, but I have no memory of him meeting us there or getting in the car. It has stuck with me for a long time. I don't know if this was a glitch per se, or if I was just so zoned out and focused on getting to the show on time that I totally didn't notice our friend meeting us at the gas station. It seems unlikely that I wouldn't notice another person in my car for up to 20 minutes, but who knows? It's one of the weirdest things that has ever happened to me. So, I have bad sleeping habits, and I'm an insomniac. I also get horrible dreams, and I scream in my sleep. I thought a good sleep schedule and morning routine would help, so I made one and tried to stick with it. I sleep at around 8 p.m. I wake up first around 3 a.m. I get a glass of water, I stretch, clean a bit, prepare breakfast, get my dad's lunch for work, do some dirty dishes, have a brisk shower, and take some time to check my emails and my phone. So far, so good. I'm sticking with it and get more productive by the day. But I have to ask, is time looping a glitch? This particular morning, it was Sunday. That meant church day. Also, my father doesn't work, so I can just not make his lunch. I wanted to skip my routine and sleep a bit more. I woke up aching, lying in a straight position with my legs hurting, as it's over a pile of books and other stuff. I reached for my phone and saw it was 3 a.m. I could also see how dark it was outside. I thought, nope, and decided to sleep again. I woke up again in a straight position and saw that it was a bit brighter at that point. I checked my phone again, and it was only 5 a.m. Now, I'm already thinking of how I'm failing my hard-worked routine and how my chores are going to pile up, but I wanted to not go to church, and so, guiltily, I went to sleep again. But to the weird part, I was expecting it to be bright and noon already when I woke up again. You know how your thoughts form even though your eyes are still closed? I was thinking that, and then I woke up with an uncomfortable lying straight position. My legs were aching, so I had to stretch them. I thought, wait, that's weird, and reached for my phone to check the time. I got the shock of my life to see that it was 3 a.m. on my phone. It woke every cell of my body. I saw how dark it was outside again. I swear that couldn't be right because it was 5 a.m. the last time I checked. How was it 3 in the morning? In my shock, I sat straight and realized that I had to do my chores. I was just thinking how I ruined my sleep routine, but I didn't have to worry about that because that part rewound for me. I grudgingly did my routine that day, went to church too. I'm convinced that time looped back somehow, but for a silly reason. I told my friend I don't think he believes me. I wouldn't believe me either. I'd think I was just dreaming or remembering it wrong, but I know and I remember. I'm just happy it didn't loop multiple times like in the movies. This was 4 years ago. I was living in an apartment that had a parking spot in a dinky underground lot. It was my first year of driving, and parking still scared the crap out of me, and my spot was right next to a pole on the driver's side. I go to pull into my spot, I misjudged the angle and I scraped the living hell out of the half of my driver's side. It caught onto part of the frame and left ridges there. I was freaking out. I forgot what way to turn my wheel to back out properly. It was a mess. I got it fixed eventually. I put it off because I'm a student and my dad helps to support me financially. So I was feeling pretty dumb, but we ended up taking it in and all was well. Q4-ish months later, I was at my college, the same that my brother was going to at the time, when I got a text from my brother asking if someone hit my car. I asked what he meant, and he said he passed by it in the parkade, and there was a big scrape on the side of it. I had no idea what he was talking about, figured he must have mistook someone else's car for mine. In retrospect, he probably thought I crashed and was trying to cover for myself, because I went to go see what he was talking about, and there was indeed a scrape on my car, on the driver's side, exactly like the one I got from hitting the pole, ridges in part of the frame that sticks out, and all. You literally can't miss it, especially since my car is black, and the scrapes are white. I started freaking out, going through my texts where I told my dad about the car and the day we went to take it in. It 100% happened. That means I somehow hit the pole again and not only didn't notice, but also somehow didn't even notice the giant scrape on my driver's door for who knows how long. I never got it fixed after that. I had to tell my family when they asked what I did that I just hit the pole. It makes zero sense to me. I'm not a big drinker by any means. Like, I'm a few drinks on vacation kind of person, and I've never driven drunk. The last time I hit the pole, I literally had to back out in order to get away from the pole and park in my spot properly. How would I not have noticed this? My only explanation is maybe I was wearing my sunglasses and listening to music loudly when I went to go park, and then I turned too fast, hit the pole, but due to my momentum and angle, I didn't need to back out and managed to park fine. And I guess I didn't notice this because of the music, and it would have been dark for my sunglasses? I don't know. Obviously, it's weird. So a couple of years ago, I was out having a beer with a couple of my friends on my terrace. It was a cloudy, drizzly day, and we were all talking about our childhood days. It was a good day. I got up to go to the table with the icebox to get another beer, when suddenly, everything blacked out. Next thing I saw, I was suddenly at a train station, which looked to be from the 1800s. I don't even know if trains existed then, but based on the architecture of the station and people's clothing, it felt around that time period. I was standing under a giant clock, trying to make of what this place was and what had just happened. Suddenly, when I realized I had a ticket in my hand, which said, "First class reservation from Brussels to Mechelin." At this point, I would like to clarify that I'm from India, and back then, I still hadn't traveled to Europe, so at that moment, I was very confused as to where I was and why I had that ticket in my hand. I felt a sense of urgency as the train was ready to leave, and the clock under which I was standing had struck 2:15 p.m., and the departure time had already passed. But this train was still at the platform, blowing its old steam horn. The engine looked brand new, but it was a steam engine, like the olden days. I was completely baffled by what was happening, and at this point, I saw a man staring directly at me. He was wearing that penguin suit and wore a tall hat and had a huge mustache. His look was more of one wherein I felt like he knew something something like I wasn't supposed to be there. Just at that moment, everything snapped back, and I remember lying down on my terrace while both my friends stood over me terrified. I was back at my terrace. I asked them what had happened, and they told me what they saw. They said while I was walking towards to the table with the icebox, I froze stiff and fell on the ground as if I was a statue. I was out for hardly 2 to 3 seconds. They saw me falling and came running calling out my name, and I just came back to my senses. The feeling was very weird, because they said I was out for no more than 2 to 3 seconds. But what I remembered from my experience at the station, I was there for at least 10 to 15 minutes, closely watching everything and everyone around me. To this day, I believe I somehow slipped into another reality, and that man who looked at me, the face of whom I still remember very clearly, I'll never forget it, that man somehow realized my slippage into another time period, and then somehow sent me back. Let me know what you think about this. I would love to know your thoughts. When I was younger, I was on the swim team for the YMCA, and I was leading the lane. I remember my coach rambling, and I was totally not paying attention to anything he said. The only thing I heard was something along the lines of going underwater on my back as far as I can, and then do something else once I surfaced. In my head, I said, "Alright, I'll just hold my breath all the way across the pool." And then I took off. Obviously, this was not an achievable goal. Once I pushed off the wall and got to the flags, right when I normally came up for air, it felt like time suddenly slowed down. I can barely explain it. That is when I completely started zoning out because I saw my reflection perfectly, as if I was looking at a mirror. I felt at peace, and before I knew it, I was aware that I was taking small breaths through my mouth while I was underneath the water still. This is when I got a bit startled and super disoriented and broke out of the trance I was in. I came up, not out of breath at all, and my coach, mom, and even the lifeguards were cheering and clapping for me. I made it all the way across the pool. My coach asked me to do that again because he was so impressed, and I could barely even get halfway. I tried to explain to my friends and everyone what happened, but they all just laughed, brushed it off, or said it was some weird air pocket. With a quick disclaimer, I was a competitive swimmer for about 14 years. I used to be captain of my high school team, and I'm even a swim coach and lifeguard currently. Yes, I can hold my breath all the way across the pool easily when on my stomach. However, I still can't go all the way across the pool when underwater and on my back without a nose plug. Never mind me with less experience. Yes, I have considered this just being a really vivid dream. However, I've had dreams about me breathing underwater before, and it was nothing like this. I also recorded it in one of my journals the day it happened. I talked about it all the time, and my mom even remembers that day. I've also never seen my reflection so perfectly on top of the water like I did that day. I know this story may sound crazy, but it's a memory that will always be in my head, and all the explanations just don't line up with what happened. I love reading everyone's unique stories and experiences and thoughts about what happened. It's really turning my brain right now. This is my first time posting in here, and honestly, I never thought I would have a reason to. However, something weird recently happened that I had my boyfriend as an eyewitness for. Long story short, an electrical outlet in my room was 2-prong a month ago, so I couldn't use it, and it's now 3-prong. No one has changed it. About a month ago, I put a heavy wood aquarium stand in my room and planned to move my fish tank onto it. My boyfriend and I got the wood stand upstairs, but we ended up getting frustrated because the outlet on the wall, where I had moved the aquarium stand to, was only 2 prongs, not 3. This was an issue because all of my aquarium equipment is plugged into a power strip that has 3 prongs. We ended up asking the family for a 3 to 2 prong adapter and tried to use that, but it was too bulky. We ended up just deciding to move the aquarium and the stand to the other side of my room where there was an outlet that didn't need an adapter. Everything was fine and good. The stand even ended up looking better there. However, this week, I painted my room with my dad and boyfriend and ended up rearranging my furniture after painting everything. I was trying to find a new spot for the aquarium stand and only had 2 options, one of which was the spot with the 2-prong plug. I wasn't thinking and temporarily decided to move it to that spot while I moved the other furniture around. I didn't realize that the outlet had changed until I just by habit went to plug in the aquarium, and the power strip fit. The outlet was now 3-pronged. I was so surprised and confused that I FaceTimed my boyfriend to make sure I wasn't just imagining things. I even asked him, "Do you remember why we couldn't put the aquarium stand where I originally wanted it?" before telling him why I called, and he responded with, "Because the outlet was only 2 prongs. I then showed him the changed outlet, and he was just as confused as I was. Just to be safe, I even asked my dad if he changed the outlet or any of the outlets in my room when we painted. He didn't. And the outlet itself is still old and chipping. It's not new or anything. We weren't drinking or smoking during any of this, and I have no clue what else could explain such a random thing completely changing like that in a month. Sorry this was so long, I just wanted to make sure I explained it well enough so that you all know why I'm so confused about the outlet right now. Thank you for reading. My granddaughter loves those light show half globes that have a light inside covered with a solid shade with seasonal cutout shapes, like a sleigh, reindeer, tree, words like Merry Christmas, snowflakes, etc. When she turns it on, the shade spins and the shapes are projected in light on the walls and ceiling. I hate the darned things because they're never high enough to avoid flashing bright light into my eyes wherever she puts it. She has one for Halloween and one for Christmas. The day my daughter finished setting up her elaborate Christmas village, she almost gave my granddaughter her Christmas light show. I just happened to be in the laundry room when she set it up on the dining room table, then turned all of the room lights off. Of course, she ran into the room and put me in the dark as well. She grabbed my hand and pulled me out to see her Christmas lights in action. I was quite surprised when I looked up and saw a tombstone with R.I.P. spin by, followed by a skeleton, a witch on her broom, and trick or treat. I thought my little granddaughter had grabbed her Halloween light by mistake, but not wanting to hurt her feelings, I didn't say anything to the 4-year-old. But I looked down at the light on the table. It said, "Merry Christmas," with snowflakes and sleighs. My eyes shot back up to the wall, and there went the tombstone, R.I.P. and skeleton face. I told her to turn it off and quit shining the light in my eyes, but I was freaked out. This happened to me twice more, but only in my daughter's house. The next time she had the lamp out, the same thing happened. Only this time, after I looked down at the globe to verify if someone was screwing with me, it was red and green with Christmas shapes, and I was able to look back up and make myself see the correct shapes by the second spin, and once I saw them as Christmas shapes, they stayed Christmas shapes until the next time it was turned on. I told my daughter about it a couple of weeks later, and of course she didn't believe me, but agreed that we wouldn't tell the child. Of course, I was the only one who ever saw it. It still freaks me out. I'm pretty sure there's something wrong with that house. I thought maybe it was an easy mistake to trick myself into making, but I'm not good at lying to myself. The shapes are not similar, the closest being a skull and a snowman, both being basically round. Maybe next year, I'll use an action cam and get the full scoop. For some backstory, I was alone at home and I decided to take a shower. I forgot to take my towel with me and decided it didn't matter since I'm alone at home anyways. I finish off with my shower and head to my bedroom, which is maybe 13 steps away from the washroom. As soon as I step out of the washroom, the electricity in the house goes out. But it's midday, so the sunlight through the window is more than enough for me. As I step into my room, I hear my parents enter the house, and I'm like, yikes. So I quickly lock my room because I'm changing. Now, my room is adjacent to the sunlight. There's no direct light in my room and it's pretty dark, but there is a glow through the window blinds. Here's where this gets weird. I wipe my hair and face off with a towel, facing the window, and I can see the strips of lights from the blinds. Then, I do a whole 180 to face my wardrobe, which should be dark, but I'm still seeing the light from the blinds. I'm mad confused. I put my hands out and touch the handles of the cupboard, but my eyes are still seeing the windows. At this point, I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I focus on my hands and it. I focus like a video game. It lags and readjusts pixel by pixel, but I mean like Minecraft block size, if that makes any sense. And then I feel this ease in my eyes, and I'm just mad confused. But I go on and put my pants on first, and then my shirt, and it happens again. My eyes are stuck in the view of the inside of the shirt, like when your head is in the shirt and it's dark, but you can still see through the cloth. I touch my face to make sure there's no cloth over my eyes, and there's nothing. I feel like I'm cross-eyed at this point. I am freaked out at this point, and I stumble all across my room, still just seeing the inside of my shirt. I hear the AC switch on, so I know the lights are back, and I find my switch, flick it, and I cannot see anything apart from the shirt thing. I unlock my room and call for my mom, blinking like a madman. The second she appears in my hallway, my vision slides and it's okay again. I can see everything perfectly. My eyes just feel normal again. I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know if this could be a symptom of some vision-related medical issue. Should I go to a doctor about this? I literally felt like a video game being played with crappy Wi-Fi. Last night, I was reading a comment in this sub where someone mentioned that there had been an uptick in vanishing and reappearing objects. I thought to myself, wouldn't it be funny if something like that happened to me? I do seem overdue for a glitch in the Matrix. And then, sure enough, I work in a variety of places. I'm a contract worker. So I have this one job I only go to on Tuesdays. Last year, probably around September or October, I lost the keys to that building. It fell off my keyring after using it to get in, and I picked it up and put it in a pocket in my bag, from whence it disappeared. The day it disappeared, I was unable to lock the door back behind me when I left, and had to get someone else to come and do it. I searched everywhere for several weeks inside the building, out in the lawn, inside my car, no key. I kept borrowing other people's keys for a couple of months in the hopes that this key would turn up. Eventually, I just apologized for losing it and asked the workplace to make me another copy, but not before several people had been involved in looking for the key, and we had all given up. Fast forward to today, about 6 months later. Because of Easter holidays, I did not go to this job today. Instead, I went to another building. In other words, it was the day that I should have gone to the building of the missing key, but I went somewhere else. When I left the different building this afternoon, I sat down in my car to arrange all of my stuff in the seat before the ride home, and there, in the cup holder, was the missing key. I immediately took a photo, and I texted it to my spouse and said, "Isn't this the key that I lost?" And they texted back and said, "Sure looks like it." The reason this is so weird is that I drink water all the time. I bring a water bottle with me wherever I go. So that means every time I would have gotten in the car, including every Tuesday for the past 6 months, I would have been putting my water bottle down on top of this key. Also, my spouse uses this car as much as I do, so they should have seen it as well. There's no way neither of us just never saw it, especially in those first few weeks when I was actively looking for it. It was so obvious that I saw it today when not even intentionally looking in the cup holder. It's a silver key with a rounded top, so it's kind of shiny. I mean, yay, I got the key back, but that kind of stuff is so weird. Last year, August of 2020, me and my significant other were cleaning my room and he found something weird on the top of my closet. For some context, last year we had a psychiatry class for the very first time in our 3rd year at university. The teacher with whom we never had classes before told us to read this book written by him. Me and my significant other were staying at my family's house due to quarantine. So, since we both had the same class, I decided that I was going to print a copy, being that one, and the only book that we had at home. That thing we found on the top of my closet was the exact same book with some slight differences. And meanwhile, I printed the whole book with only one side of the paper sheets being used. Yep, silly me. The other one was with the paper sheets printed on both sides. Meanwhile, my book had a transparent book cover. The other one had a transparent blue cover. Whenever I'm reading, I constantly highlight things and take notes. Some pages had the exact same things that I highlighted on my book, on the other one with small differences, such as different pen colors. But we both used orange highlighter. I knew that this book was not mine or my significant other's, and neither one of my family members, as no one else studies psychology over here, nor reads anything related to that. But what confirmed me that it was definitely not ours was the handwriting. It was completely different from mine, or any of the people that live here. And no, it isn't from a friend or anything like that. It's super weird since it's the book of our class. We obviously haven't seen any classmates due to the pandemic either. The book had with it some other loose pages from an apparent philosophy class. Coincidentally, I had taken that class too, but I quit after the first week, so I'm pretty sure I didn't print anything. I was a bit scared, but I kinda thought that it was probably me from another dimension, the me who took the philosophy class and stayed and also had the psychiatry class, and somehow she lost the book in the notes here, and probably got bad grades or something. I got a 7, which in my country is the highest score. Maybe we're the opposites in some aspects, me and her. But maybe I'm just rambling. I wanted to share this and know about any similar experiences. I've seen some while lurking on this sub before, which encouraged me to tell my story. Anyway, have a good night. This happened when I still lived with my parents. They were packing a case in their bedroom to go on a short trip. My mom called me to ask where her black trousers were and whether I'd seen them anywhere because they weren't where she had left them. They were black jeans with an embellishment on the back pocket, and she only had one pair of these, which is important for later. I hadn't seen them, and had no idea why she was even asking me. I occasionally borrowed a jacket or shirt from my mom, but never trousers, because I have long legs and can't seem to find many options that are both long enough and fit over my hips. She told me she laundered them the day before and laid them over the top of the rail in the third wardrobe from the wall, the same one she always keeps her trousers in. They were on top of the rail instead of on a hanger as normal, because she knew she would want to pack them for the next day, so they would be right there to grab quickly. I helped her look through every single item in each of her 8 wardrobes, at the bottom and back of each one to make sure they hadn't fallen beneath the hung-up clothing, and in every drawer, anywhere reasonable that they could have been mistakenly left. I even searched through the laundry, checking the washing machine and dryer, and checked in my own room. I'm an only child, so there was no one else beside my dad in the house at this point, and my mom also checked that she hadn't already packed them. We couldn't find them anywhere, so my mom chose a different pair and went away without them. It seemed odd, but I thought maybe they would just turn up somewhere strange when one of us did laundry again. A few days later, my parents returned from their trip and my mom started to unpack in her bedroom while we were talking about the trip. She opened the third wardrobe from the wall, and right there, hung over the rail, were the black trousers. Exactly where she left them the day before she packed, and before they were nowhere to be found. She asked me if I could see them too, and I could, and we were both speechless. My mom was also irked that she went to the trouble of picking a whole new outfit for the other trousers she had to take instead, when the original choice was now right there. We've talked it over a lot, and we still can't find an explanation for how they were there one day, gone the next, and then back again in the original spot, when no one had stepped foot in the room since they left, and there was only one pair like them. We just came to the conclusion that, for whatever reason, those trousers were not meant to go on that trip. Hello. I recently experienced what I believe to be a glitch in the Matrix. The more I think about it, the stranger and less sense this occurrence makes. A little while ago, I was with some friends, and when I got up to leave their place, I couldn't find my phone anywhere. The entire group of us scoured the full house and yard, even though we stayed in the one room the whole time. We did this multiple times to make sure we didn't overlook it. multiple unsuccessful pings from my Apple Watch, and everyone calling it as well. No one in our group could find it. And I had definitely had it there not long before, as we all recalled me looking up some facts about the movie we were watching on it earlier. After about an hour of looking, I decided to give up and drive home. Note, I drove back the exact route I had driven to get there. The entire time I am pinging, calling, and doing everything I can think of, and still nothing. A few more attempts when I go home, and still nothing. So, I go to bed. The next morning, I'm thinking about how I'm going to have to get a new phone and all of that nonsense, when I throw out a Hail Mary and call it one last time. This time, someone answers. An old woman picks up the phone and tells me she found it on the road last night, around 11 p.m., right around when I was searching for it, while she was walking her dog, and that she'd come by and drop it off at me at my address. When she gets here, she hands me my phone. It was still locked, as all of the notifications from us calling and texting it from last night were still unopened. However, when I asked where she found it, what she tells me makes no sense. She tells me that she found it on a street that's on the entire opposite side of my city. Not only was it nowhere near the route I had taken, my friends, or my own place, but literally as far away from us as possible. I have no idea how it could have gotten over there, especially in the hour-ish span between knowing I was using my phone at my friend's place, us all looking for it, and then me going home. The only explanation I can think of, maybe it was outside on the road somewhere near where I was. Some random person picked it up and carried it with them for some time before they ditched it somewhere across the city. Maybe because they couldn't unlock the phone, and then I guess the old lady found it. But even that would be a huge coincidence for all of that to happen in that time span. Any thoughts? This happened 2 years ago. I was 20, living with parents, and had just finished my second year of uni. It was a late morning in June, and my mom asked me to go to the shop and buy her some milk. It's about a 10-minute walk from my front door to the shop. I left the house sometime between 11 and noon. When I get there, I'm surprised to see how busy it is for so early on a Friday. It's filled with secondary school kids, which usually only happens before or after school starts. I figured it must be a half day, and I didn't ponder it too much. I buy the milk, and I make my way home. As I'm walking home, I see a car coming up the road towards me, and it looks like my mom's. It pulls up right beside me, and I realize that it is my mom. She yells at me to get in now, and I quickly get in the passenger seat. My mind is racing, thinking something has happened to Dad or someone in our family. Then she asks, "Where have you been?" Cut a long story short, according to her, I went out at the time that I mentioned above, but was gone for nearly 4 hours. I checked my watch, and sure enough, it was 4:06 p.m. I tried to explain that it was impossible and that I had just left the house. If I wasn't such a sensible, honest person, she might have thought I was lying, but instead, she was worried. She thought I had blacked out and convinced me to go and see a doctor a couple of days later, which I did. I was referred to the hospital for an MRI. As far as anyone could tell, nothing was wrong with me. This was on my mind for a good few weeks after it occurred, and I realized that whatever happened must have happened on the way to the store, which explained the school kids. Oddly, I didn't notice a change in temperature or daylight. However, given that it was warm and typically overcast summer, there probably wasn't much of a change between noon and 4 p.m. The only thing that comes to mind is that I had taken a detour on my way to the shop, just on a whim. Rather than follow the stretch of winding road up to the shop, I cut through a street and walked up a side alley between two houses. I don't nearly do this, so could this glitch in the Matrix be connected to that alleyway? I haven't taken that detour since, but I'm tempted to. My cat does a few things when she wants to be let into my bedroom. She either yawns, does a single scratch at the door, or starts scratching and meowing in that order. The first time was 2-ish months ago. She yawned and I let her in. We're in bed, and I heard what sounded like her yawn outside the door, maybe 5 minutes later. I thought it was weird, but I brushed it off. The second time, it was a week or two later, and around 5 to 10 minutes after letting her in, I heard what sounded like her little scratch on the door. But again, I figured I imagined it. Third time, probably a week later, she's with me and I hear the single scratch again. But this time, it was loud enough that my cat perked up and looked toward the door. So, that freaked me out a bit, and made me think maybe the other times weren't just in my head. Now, the last time was a couple nights ago. I was putting food in her dish, and she's especially chatty when it's time for her food, so I talk back to her. I set her food down, she starts eating, and I said something like, "Good girl." I'm looking down at her for a moment when she starts to eat, but I heard her meow in response, saying, "Good girl." I've heard my cat kind of meow while she's eating and just make different noises, but you can obviously hear that she's eating, and she definitely didn't meow at that time. It was clear, and it sounded like her chatty, excited for food meow, not the "go away, I'm trying to eat" kind of irritable meow she did when she was younger. Sorry for making this post so long. I know it's not the most fascinating glitch. I tried to keep it short and to the point. Anyway, thank you for reading, and I would like to know what you think, or if anyone has had similar experiences. A few things to note. I don't do drugs or drink, and I'm not taking any medication. I've been sleeping fine the past few months. I have had paranormal experiences throughout my life, but they're few and far in between, and I have no known history of hallucinations. I only have the one cat, and no other animals in the house. There are carbon monoxide detectors in every section of the house, and I'm posting this on a throwaway because I've talked about these events to a couple of friends, and they'll know it's me if they see this. All that said, I'm open to theories and opinions. I've been following this sub for quite some time and love hearing about people's experiences. I felt in the past like weird things have happened to me, but I always chalked them up to just being forgetful or just having a plain old fuzzy memory. Today was a little different. So I had friends over from school to practice some lab skills we needed to know for class. We were all chatting and talking about needle gauges for starting IVs. Quick background about me: I've got the septum of my nose pierced a few months back, but due to my school's uniform code, I can't have it visible. Even though now we are always wearing masks, I still get worried about a professor seeing it when taking a drink of water, eating, etc. The jewelry in my nose is an open ring with a ball at each end that can be screwed off if I wish to remove it. Also, I can simply flip up the ring when in school so that it's not visible. Back to the story. In this case, since I was in the presence of just friends and at home, I had it flipped out. I was fidgeting with it as we were all talking, and in a moment of silence, I accidentally twisted the ball too far, and it went flying off my nose ring and audibly hit the floor. I gasped and said, "Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me," because I thought I was just tightening the ball when I actually just threw it off my face. I then immediately showed my friends my nose ring with the ball missing. They knew what was going on, and we all got down to the ground to start looking. Before we started really looking, I asked my friends if they heard it hit the floor, and my one friend said, "Yeah, I heard it too, just one bounce," which is exactly what I heard. So we came to the conclusion that it probably hit the tile and then bounced onto the rug. The three of us are basically crawling around the rug now, looking for this little tiny steel ball. I sit up for a second from looking. I feel my nose, and there it is. The ball is right on my nose ring and fully secured. I know this may sound like a silly circumstance, but it really freaked me out. My friend and I both heard the noise, and it was gone at one point, only to be put perfectly back where it belongs without my knowledge. It's so strange. I usually can find an explanation, but this time, there was really no logical answer that I could find. So, this story is about 20 years old, and I've never told a soul about it, but reading through a lot of these stories has inspired me to share. When I was 18, maybe 19, I was really into low-rider trucks and such. I had ordered a set of 20-inch wheels and tires from a local shop, and I couldn't wait for them to come. The day finally came, and I got the call that I could come pick them up. I threw on some clothes, and I left to go get them. It's about a 20-minute drive, and I made it in about 12, driving way too fast from the excitement. So, I get to the shop, and just as I'm climbing out of the truck, I realize I forgot my checkbook. I had paid half up front, and was to pay the rest of the balance at pickup. I did not yet own a debit/banking card. I knew there was a branch of the bank that I used just around the corner from the shop, and I knew my account number, so I thought I could just go show them my ID and withdraw the cash. I walk up the corner of the street, and I'm just getting ready to start crossing when I hear my name called from behind me. I turn around, and this older guy is waving, looking right at me. He looks familiar, but I can't place him. We're about 30 yards apart. He says, "How are you doing?" I say, "Pretty good. How have you been?" Hoping that maybe a name will come to me. At that split second, a car ran the red light, and the car going the opposite direction slams its brakes and screeches to a halt. I turn around to see the commotion. There was no collision, just a pissed-off driver laying on the horn and another car speeding away. I turn back to look at the guy again, but he was gone. I mean, vanished. Because we were in a fairly open space, and there's no way he could have run full speed to get out of my sight, much less walk. I was just like, what the hell? It then occurred to me that if he wouldn't have called my name, I would have almost certainly been hit by the car that ran that light. That's all weird enough in its own, but here's the kicker. Like I said, I was a teenager when that occurred. Skinny, baby-faced teenager. When I got to be about 30, I started keeping a beard, and I'd gotten up to about 230 pounds in weight. I looked in the mirror the other day, and instantly flashed back to that moment. That guy that called my name, I think he was me. Okay, so before I say anything, this whole situation is even creepier than it would be, because literally just an hour prior, I was talking to my friend about glitches in the Matrix, and how our dimension might pass through others and cause unexplainable things, etc. I have 3 cats, and I was feeding all of them. Then I walked out of the kitchen for a second. I came back in, and they had all finished eating. I gave one, named Otis, a little pat on the head, and then I heard my mom's car pull up into the driveway. Anytime a car pulls up, Otis runs straight to the door to greet them when they walk in. He's like a dog. So, like always, he did exactly that. I turned away for a couple of seconds, and then, when the garage opens, I heard horrible scratching on the outside begin. I was so confused because I didn't know what the sound was. It sounded like an animal freaking out from the noise of the garage opening and trying to get in. When I looked over at the door, my cat wasn't there anymore. I thought maybe he had just run to a different room, and when my mom came inside, I asked what the noise was. And she said, "Oh, it was just poor Otis. I think he was in the garage and my car freaked him out." When we looked, he wasn't in the garage anymore. So, my mom said that he probably ran out of the garage after she pulled in. Obviously, that didn't make any sense to me, because literally 3 seconds before she pulled into the garage, he was inside. I started freaking out, and my mom just dismissed it by saying that I probably let him into the garage earlier and just didn't remember. But I kept telling her that, no, he was just inside. Then, a couple seconds later, we see him peeking in through the back glass door wanting to be let in. He looked thoroughly spooked, and it was confirmed that he was indeed not inside the house anymore. I'm extremely baffled, because I have no idea how he got into the garage. 1 second he was inside, and then the next second he wasn't. Also, it's not like the door was open and he snuck out. It was completely shut, so there's no logical explanation of how he got to the other side. I'm freaked out. I'm not sure if this qualifies or not, but it has stuck with me for 30 years, so maybe you all could be the judge. I was 21, living in an apartment with my boyfriend, and we had a circle of friends that had been hanging out together for about 9 months. I went with my somewhat new friend to her mom's house for the first time. For whatever reason, we went down into the basement. I'm not sure why. I feel like she had to get something down there for us that she wanted for her apartment. Anyways, I got this overwhelming feeling that someone had left something in the house that they wanted very much. I had no idea of the history of the purchase of this house. Did not know my friend when she and her family bought the house, etc. The house was very nice, and not creepy in any way, and although I felt like someone wanted something they left there, it wasn't a creepy kind of feeling at all. I just felt as if someone who owned the house before had left something behind, and they missed it. I didn't know what it was, but I sensed that feeling was emanating from the room directly above us. So I told my friend what I was feeling, and she asked what I meant. I pointed above us and told her, "I feel like someone left something in the piano room when you and your mom bought the house. Did you find anything? Like jewelry or something?" She looked at me very confused and just said, "What?" I repeated, "Did you find anything in the piano room when you and your mom moved in?" The catch, or maybe the glitch, is that there was no piano in that room, or anywhere else in the house. Neither my friend nor her mom ever played the piano. But to me, that room was the piano room. As it turns out, my friend's family had bought the house from a estate of an elderly lady who had lived alone and was an avid pianist. I don't think she passed away in the house, but she did while she owned it. When my friend's family bought the house, the piano was still in it, as it was difficult to remove and they didn't care if it was there or not. Once they moved in, they did remove it, and it was not there whenever I went to the house for the first time. I can still picture the room in my head very clearly with the piano in the room, and to me, that was the piano room. I can also still picture the look on my friend's face when I referred to the room as the piano room. We were both pretty creeped out. My friend and I have no explanation of how I knew it was the piano room. Okay, this is going to sound crazy, but before I tell you this, let me clarify that I was sober when this happened. A couple of years ago, I went to go pick up my friend because we were gonna hang out. I got to her house, and the way her house is set up, you have to walk past her kitchen window to reach her door. As I was walking past the window, I looked inside and I saw her mom. Her hair was wet, and she was wearing a green sweater. This is important for later. We locked eyes, and she nodded her head up, like, "What's up?" And I nodded back. She continued walking towards the door, and on the side of her door are these little windows. I peeked through them because I assumed she was about to come open it, but she just walked right by. I thought that was weird, so I walked back over to the kitchen window and saw my friend who was not previously there when I had just walked by. I didn't think much of it. I assumed she had just entered the room. I waved to her to get her attention, and she came to open the door. We chatted for a second, and her mom came over to say hi, her hair still wet and still wearing that sweater. I was like, "Hey, I saw you walk by the door. I thought you were going to open it for me, but you just walked right by?" She looked at me with confusion and said, "What are you talking about? I just got out of the shower. I've been in the bathroom for the past 15 minutes. The bathroom is on the left of the front door, while the kitchen is on the right, so you have to pass the door to get there. So that was extra confusing. I was just as confused and replied, "What are you talking about? We just saw each other through the kitchen window. We locked eyes and we nodded at each other." And my friend was like, "I was the only one in the kitchen, and no one has come in or out for a while." I thought they were messing with me, but they were dead serious. And they're not the kind of people to let a joke continue on like this. I've never been so confused in my life, and I know that I didn't just imagine it. Because how on earth could I have just imagined exactly how her mom was looking at that time, with the wet hair and the same shirt? She still thinks my brain was tricking me, but I know what I saw. It was way too long and way too clear of an interaction. After reading some stories on this page, I remembered a weird experience I had a few years ago that I pushed to the back of my mind. I went to a small private college, so my friend group was small. One of the girls in my friend group ended up dropping out a couple of weeks into our first semester, and after that, no one kept in contact with her. I'll call her D so things don't get confusing. Fast forward a couple of years, and I'm working at a retail store in the mall. I'm checking a customer out, and D is checking out with the employee next to me. I couldn't speak to her, so I smiled and waved, and she looked confused, like I was a complete stranger, but still waved back. I thought it was kind of weird, but I brushed it off, thinking maybe she just didn't remember me since we had only known each other for a short period of time. About 6 months after me seeing D at my job, I'm leaving school to go get lunch, and she's in the alley behind my school. She says my name, comes up to me and gives me a hug, and asks how I'm doing. She tells me that she's visiting the city, and wanted to see if anyone comes out to smoke in the alley anymore. I tell her only myself and 2 other girls I was the closest with were still attending school, and that I had finally quit smoking because I was a few months pregnant. I was a little confused because of how our last interaction went, because now I knew she definitely knew who I was since she went out of her way to see if we still spent our breaks in this alley. I'll also profess that I went to school in Chicago, so she really went out of her way to see if she could find us. I ended up asking her about this interaction from 6 months prior. She said she had no idea what I was talking about. When she said that, I got this weird feeling that I can't really explain. Like, I said I was pregnant at the time, so I kind of just brushed it off and blamed it on my hormones and anxiety. The conversation was short because I had to get lunch and go back to class, but it's something I've always thought about. I'm not sure what that interaction was because it was very strange, and I thought I would share it here. I also just want to add that I'm 110% sure I saw D at my job, and it was not someone who looked like her. 1, because she had a tattoo on her arm that she designed herself, and 2, I have an insane memory when it comes to remembering someone's face. I never forget a face. This is something both my husband and I have noticed. When we're listening to his brother on a voice chat from a room away, but the delay seems to swap around, and we hear his voice over the speaker before hearing it in real life. I'll explain in more detail. The brother's bedroom is directly above ours. The floor/ceiling is thin enough that you can sometimes hear the sound of him talking up there from our room. The 2 of them are both gamers, and will play online together from the computers in their respective rooms. While doing this, they communicate via Discord voice chat. Yes, they talk over voice chat from separate rooms in the same house. It's weird. When this happens, you can usually hear the brother's voice both through my husband's computer speaker, but also hear it in person coming from upstairs. Of course, with a slight delay. One time they were playing together and talking. I was sat behind my husband, casually listening to their conversation, when I noticed something strange. The brother, he said a certain word, and I swear I heard it come from the speaker first, and then the muffled sound of him saying it from upstairs. I listened more closely, and it happened again with the next thing he said. It was as if the delay had been reversed, and now his in-person voice was an echo of his speaker voice. I immediately spoke up, and I told my husband what I'd noticed, but he just laughed it off. A few days later, though, they were playing and talking together again, when my husband turned to me and said, "I just heard it too." He had noticed the same thing. His brother's voice came through the speaker first before coming from above us. He told his brother about it this time, who brushed it off, saying we must be hearing an echo, as in, His real-life voice is echoing in the house, so we're hearing the echo of his voice after hearing the speaker. That doesn't make sense to me, though. The delay there usually is between the sound of his in-person and speaker voice is notable, at least enough that there wouldn't be time for an echo to come after it. The house isn't that echoey, and I've never noticed an echo like that usually. And if his voice was echoing in the house, the speaker voice would come at the same time as the echo, not before it. There wouldn't be a space in between him talking and the echo to fit the sound of him and the speaker in between. I hope all that made sense. Hello all. My apologies if this isn't where this would go. This is something that happened to me over 2 decades ago, and I recently remembered it while talking to my kids. This happened in the summer in the year of 2000. It was probably around 8 p.m., so the sun was still up and just getting ready to set. The moon was out on the opposite side of the sky. My family, my parents, my sister, and myself just got home from visiting my dad's friend. We got out of our vehicle, and my sister and I took the time to stretch after the ride. And we were talking about something that she had going on in school. My parents had already made their way back toward the house. I happened to look up at the moon. The sky was completely clear, no planes, no clouds, but I started seeing what I would describe as a shadow, or a long black line starting to cross over the moon. It began on the left side, and it made its way slowly across. I pointed it out to my sister, and we both just said, "What the hell is that?" Or something to that effect. I yelled over to my parents, telling them to look at it, and my dad was unlocking the front door, and my mom was right behind him. They looked back at us confused. I told them again to look up at the moon, and something had happened to it. My mom shouted back, "Hurry up and come inside." My sister and I look at each other, and then she said, "Really? Look at what's happening." My parents just walked inside without another word. My sister and I looked back up at the moon. The black line, at one point, crossed the entirety of the center of the moon, making it look like it was cut in half. Then, the other line came into view, and we watched it as the shadow exited slowly. We just stood there, dumbfounded. We couldn't see anything in the sky that would have made a line like that, and if it was something out in space that could make a line like that, it would have had to have been massive in size. My parents never once acknowledged that this is something that happened, and now they and my sister just don't remember this at all. I was wondering if anyone else has ever seen this type of thing before. I lived in northern Michigan at the time, in case this is just something only seen in a certain region, like an eclipse. But thank you for your time, and again, I hope I posted this in the correct area. So I was going home from school, and when I got home and tried to open the door, it was locked. I didn't think of it as unusual, because my parents often lock the door if they are in meetings or on phone calls, so I knocked on the door, but no one opened. And this wasn't very weird either, because they might not have heard. Suddenly, I hear from inside of my house someone walking around. For some context, our door is thick, very thick, and no one in my family weighs over 80 kilograms, so it's impossible I could have heard them through the door. Now here comes the even weirder part. Next to our door, we have a panel of frosted glass where you can only see shadows through it. I see the silhouette of this person, and it is a big person, much larger than anyone in my family. The person stands in front of the glass panel and stays there for a few seconds, then walks away. And at this moment, I'm quite scared. I'm not scared because I think something paranormal is going on, but because I think someone has broken into my house and killed my family. So, my instincts tell me to walk away and call the police. But my curiosity wins, and instead, I knock again. No one opens. One final time, I try to open the door, but no, it's still locked. By the way, on our door, there is a small crack between the door and the wall, and I see that the little bar that locks the door is pulled down, meaning that the door hasn't become stuck because of ice or anything. At this point, I start to walk away from the door, and I'm not really sure what to do. But then, my little sister opens the door. She doesn't unlock it. She just opens it. And I asked her if the door was locked, but she looked at me strangely and said no. Now, I know that there are doors that are locked from the outside, but unlocked from the inside. But the lock on our door is 40 years old, and we haven't got any of that new technology. I've been thinking about this for the past few days, and I'm feeling like I'm going to go insane or something. Because obviously no one believes me when I tell them what happened. Has anyone experienced anything like this before? And if so, please do tell me. I really want to hear it. So, back in high school, there was a long-running joke that our vice principal could teleport around the school and be everywhere at once. I, of course, heard of these rumors and thought it was just an exaggeration of how punctual and observant he was. But a couple of years later, I experienced it firsthand during my junior year. To give some clarification, my school was 2 stories tall, and was basically just one large rectangular building. There's a staircase on each side of the building to get to the 2nd floor, and long straight hallways lined with classrooms, doors, and lockers on the left and right sides. It takes like 5 minutes to get to each staircase walking down the hall. But anyway, I was asked to deliver a couple of papers and forms to the main office, which was at the far right side of the school, on the bottom floor. As I walked into the office where the receptionist, principal, and vice principal offices reside, I saw the vice principal walk into his office and gave him a nod and wave as he entered. I gave the papers to the receptionist and began walking down the hall back to the staircase to go back to my homeroom, when, as I'm climbing the stairs, the vice principal I had just waved to passed me on the staircase. This seemed impossible to me, as there's only one door in and out of the office, and one straight hallway as soon as you walk out of said door. I passed nobody on my way out of the office, and he would have had to have gone past me to get out, even into the hallway. This VP is not a hard-to-miss guy either. He stood easily 6'4", and weighed probably 250 pounds, and was roughly 40 years old at the time. In short, he would have had to have track sprinted past me, all the way down the hall, up a flight of stairs, and then back down the upstairs hall, just to be able to be at the same stair that I was ascending in less than 1 minute. He eyed me strange, as though I had just seen a ghost being, as I'd waved at him only a minute ago, when he went into his office. A couple of my friends and other kids from the school had reported similar things before, but I thought it was just teenagers' wild imaginations, or exaggerations. I know now that I'm not the only person who witnessed it, and my buddy still recalls this to this day, and he still wonders how he does it. I'm brand new to Reddit, and after deleting my Facebook, I went looking for something to occupy my time in the downtime of night, without having to look at people's food and family pictures. I came across Reddit, and immediately went looking for topics that I would enjoy. The minute I started reading posts in this, I swear a light bulb went off, and now I know what happened to me 3 years ago. My husband and I, we had just bought our house. It's old, but new to us, and needless to say, buying a house puts a damper on the old expenses, so we had both been working a heck ton. I work as a veterinary nurse and work very long hours. Starting my day at around 5 a.m., I was getting ready for work. I grabbed a bagel and a Sunkist from the fridge, and I set them down on the mantel when I was tying my shoe. I grabbed my keys and coat and went out to start my car, because it was the dead of winter and below freezing outside. I went back inside and thought, a Sunkist for breakfast? Gross. And I went to the mantel to grab it and put it back in the fridge. But the Sunkist wasn't there. My bagel was there wrapped in its paper towel and untouched. I looked on the floor, near the shoes, and even went upstairs to see if my husband took it. But he was still snoring away. I was quite confused, but I went to go grab water from the fridge because, well, that's a better choice anyway. I opened up the fridge, and there it was, the Sunkist. All by its lonesome, not in the organized row of other sodas, just at the top of the shelf, right in front of the water bottles. I started to panic. My stomach was sick, and I thought I was losing it. I ran upstairs and woke my husband up. He was obviously not happy with me, but I told him, I don't remember putting it back, but I wanted it to be put back. It actually messed with me for a few weeks, and it got me to quit drinking soda altogether. I still remember the feeling, and everything when it happened. It was absolutely petrifying. Now, I realize it wasn't a silent petty thief, or a ghost, or early onset dementia. No, it was a glitch in the Matrix. Hi. I'd just like to preface this by saying that I'm new here, and I joined this sub a couple of minutes ago because I just had a really unexplainable incident happen to me that I would like to share. For some background, this all happened within the span of 3 days. I have a little table by my bedside where I usually put all the earrings and jewelry I take off before going to bed. In the beginning of this week, Monday afternoon, I put down a pair of earrings on the little table, and I made sure they were both there, because I didn't want to lose this specific pair. A day passes, and Tuesday evening, right before I go to bed, I check if my earrings are still there, but I discover that one is missing. I get up out of bed and search around, thinking that it might have fallen when I was fixing my bed or rearranging. I spent 30 minutes looking for this earring around my room, and even ransacking the house, but to no avail. It's gone. To avoid losing the other one, I put it in a little empty ring box by itself on my bedside. Now, a curious little detail. I thought to myself, the next time I open that box, I hope the missing one will be there too. Wishful, yet unrealistic thinking. However, I did not disclose this thought to anyone else in the house, which makes the next part a little strange to me. This evening, around 12 a.m., I had just come into my room from drying my hair when some curiosity told me to look inside the box. I gave it a little shake and thought I only had one earring inside, until I opened it. To my shock and bewilderment, I discovered the damn earring I was missing sitting alongside the other one in the box. Here's the weird thing, though. Both of my earrings are both gold, and were both gold when I saw them last on Monday. Yet, the one I lost came back a dark, almost blackish bronze color. I honestly have no explanation for it, and it doesn't sit right with me. I would love to hear your comments and explanations, and I'll include a link of the picture I just took so you have a little reference. So, this story happened a few years ago, and we never found out who the woman was or what it was she really wanted. This may be more let's not meet, but I'll let you guys decide. It was around 7 p.m. when I heard a knock on the door. My mom looked through the crack of the window and thought it was my girlfriend because she had long brown hair. I, being confused as to why she'd be there unexpectedly, opened the door. Staring at me almost face to face, it was not my girlfriend, but a woman that I'd never seen before who had an uncanny resemblance to my great aunt. For the purpose of recounting this encounter, I'll refer to her as A. We stared at each other for a few seconds in complete silence. Then the conversation went like this. A blurted out, I was just wondering if the house next door was for sale? Really quickly, which weirded me out. And the house was for sale, but was in good condition, had the curtains drawn, no for sale sign, and unless you were local, you wouldn't have known without prior knowledge. I replied, yes, it is. I don't really know, to be honest. The neighbors have moved out, but I think a family member may be moving in, to which she just stares at me for a few more seconds. At this point, her whole vibe was weird, and I was feeling uncomfortable. A then just says, oh, thanks, and walks quickly off the property. About 5 minutes later, I hear a muffled commotion outside. My grandparents used to live in the property next to mine, and then I get a call from my grandmother saying, there's a woman here claiming to be your mother's sister, and she wants to know where your mother is. What then apparently continued into a public spectacle of my grandfather and grandmother arguing with this random woman. They said that they were her parents, and they have no idea who A is. A is just shouting, you're not her parents! I want to speak to my sister. And this back and forth goes on for a minute, and then A storms off. By the time I come outside and she's gone, that was the last we'd ever seen of her. And no one seems to have any answers as to where she came from, who she was, or why she came, but I'm just glad that I answered the door that night. This story happened in December of 2019. My now ex-boyfriend and I decided to spend a month in Vietnam backpacking. It was our first big trip, and we were really excited. After a few days in Hanoi, we moved to Cat Ba, Ha Long Bay. We stayed in a youth hostel near the beach. The ground floor was a huge open area with no wall. A big terrace in the front, tables on the left, couches, hammocks, and a desk in the middle to get checked into our rooms and to order food. Finally, showers in the laundry room were on the right. Sorry for this long explanation, but it's quite important. One morning, as I was getting ready in our bedroom, my boyfriend told me he was going downstairs to drop our clothes to the laundry room. 10 minutes after, I went down as well. My boyfriend was already sitting at the table, so I went to the desk to order my breakfast. I looked on the right towards the showers and laundry room, and I saw him go inside the laundry room with our bag of clothes. There was no doubt possible. He wore his Quebec red t-shirt and his bright yellow baskets. I frowned and I wondered, that's weird. I thought he already dropped off the bag. And how did he get there so fast? I turned to the left, expecting to find his seat empty. Imagine my shock when I saw him coming right at me from our table, smiling, and asking me what I ordered for breakfast. 3 seconds before, I just saw him at the extreme opposite of this huge room, and now he was by my side. He asked me what was going on. After I explained what just happened, he frowned too and said, that's really weird. When I ordered my breakfast 5 minutes ago, a guy came to me and he seemed stunned. He told me he had just had a conversation with me at the other side of the inn, and that it was impossible that I was already here. Besides that, I'd never talked to him before. As we went to Vietnam in winter, there were only a few people staying at the hostel, about 15 persons. We knew everyone's face. It really is impossible that someone looked like my boyfriend or wore the same kind of clothing as he did. It was my first glitch in the Matrix, and it's been the only one that I've lived through since. I've been messed up about this, so I thought this would be the perfect place. We both believe in glitches, and he's had many more than me. His are usually little, things misplaced, but this doesn't happen to me typically. Let me set this so you can understand. We live in a manufactured home, a trailer, and our bedroom is on the opposite side of the other 2 bedrooms. Where our bed is looks directly out into the kitchen, living room, and down the hall. We have our own bathroom right outside of our bedroom. If you open the bathroom door and go completely straight, it leads to the back door, and outside, obviously. I was in bed sitting up, waiting for him to get out of the bathroom so we could cuddle, watch TV, and relax before bed, our normal nightly routine. He came out, and he went towards the back door. He quit smoking, but now vapes and continues to go outside to do so. So I assumed that's what he's doing, or grabbing clothes for work in the morning. I'm staring into the hall to see if he's coming back because it's taking longer than usual. As 5 minutes pass, I'm wondering what he's doing. As I wait for him to come in, and still nothing. My phone lit up, so I looked down to check the notification for literally a split second. I look up, and he's all the way at the other end of the trailer, walking into one of the kids' rooms. The way he was walking into the bedroom would be the exact way he would have walked to the back door. As anyone who has ever been in a trailer knows, these things are very long. I completely freaked out. I don't understand what just happened. There's no possible way he went across the entire trailer in a split second of me looking down. I never saw him leave from the back door area. I was looking the entire time. I assumed it was a glitch, but that didn't make me feel better considering what I just saw didn't make any sense. I was so freaked out and I felt crazy. I didn't tell him for a few weeks after. At that point, he didn't remember that mundane moment, so he couldn't help me put it together. Writing this now, I feel it's not sounding quite as crazy, but it was the most crazy thing, glitch, whatever you want to call it, that I have ever witnessed. In the summer of 2018, I went to a concert at MetLife Stadium. It was raining out, so I scrambled to get out of the car and into the stadium in a hurry. When I got to the security check, I opened my bag for my guard, and I realized I didn't have my phone. I ran back to the car and searched, but I couldn't find it. My sister, who I was at the concert with, called it again and again, but I couldn't hear it ring or vibrate. We walked the same path from the car to the entrance multiple times to see if I had dropped it, but it was nowhere to be found. We were now risking being late for the concert, so I said screw it, I'll figure it out later. After the show, I went to the security office at the stadium to check lost and found, but my phone had not been brought in. I started making plans to buy a replacement. My sister and I drove the 2 hours back to her apartment and started getting ready for bed whenever her phone rang. She didn't get to it in time to answer the call, but she informed me that she had a new voicemail from my phone. It started off something like this. Hi, I just got home from MetLife Stadium, and I found this phone on the floor of my car. We called them back and shared our bewilderment. None of us had any theories as to how my phone ended up in this random stranger's car. While my phone was passcode protected, since I had a bunch of missed calls from my sister, they were able to swipe to return the call without unlocking the phone. They were super nice, and they allowed me to drive to their house to pick it up the next day. I spent so much time pondering this situation and trying to figure out a logical explanation. The windows of their car were fully closed because it was raining, so it couldn't have fallen in the window. My sister's theory is that I set it on top of their car, and it fell in whenever they opened their door. But I highly doubt I put any of my belongings on another person's car. I am thankful the person did not assume I broke into their car and accidentally left my phone at the scene of the crime, because that probably would have been my first thought if the roles were changed. This happened around 2018, when the second floor of our house was being renovated. We're in an Asian household, so me and my older sister are still living in our parents' house. At that time, me and my sister were sleeping in the same room since the walls separating our rooms from each other was torn down. Our beds were just a few feet away from each other, with only our cabinets and luggage as a temporary divider. So, I just took a shower, and when I exited the bathroom, I immediately noticed that my lotion was missing. I always place it on my bedside table. I immediately walked to my sister's side of the room and asked where she put my lotion. At that time, she kept borrowing all my stuff because she left a lot of her things from her condo, and she just moved back into our parents' house. She then answers that she put it on my bedside table, to which I replied that it wasn't there. She then got up from her bed to double check. We both looked at my bedside table and saw that my lotion was not there. She then said something like, "Where did it go?" And then she went to her side of the room, and I followed her there while I was drying off my hair with a towel. But then, surprise, as I went back to my bedside, the lotion was suddenly on the table. I forgot what I exactly said, but I definitely yelled at my sister to go and see for herself. We both saw my lotion on the table reappear in thin air while we weren't looking. No one else was inside the room but us, and no one else could have possibly played a trick on us. And my sister definitely did not, because she was right in front of me the whole time. We were both very surprised and spooked out that we both chuckled in disbelief. Like, what the hell just happened? Whenever I remember this event, I ask my sister again just to confirm what happened wasn't just in my imagination or just a dream. A similar thing happened again this year with my sister, this time in her room. Something is definitely very weird in the second floor of our house. This happened yesterday on my way home from work. A 4-lane divided road with traffic lights every few hundred feet and openings in the median for people to cross into neighborhoods and shopping centers and such. I'm in the right lane, which is moving faster than the left lane. That's important. There's a cop in the left lane just forward of me that I'm slowly gaining on, as my lane is moving faster. It's getting dark and it's overcast. I look over at one of the turning lanes and there's a silver-blue Honda Prelude in absolutely immaculate condition, waiting to turn left and cross my lanes of traffic. It didn't have its headlights on, and I said out loud to myself, well, I guess the cops don't care about idiots with no headlights on at night. I look at the driver to see if they're as dumb as I think they are, and it's this tiny little old lady. I say, well, go figure, it's an old person driving. Now, mind you, there are miles of rush hour traffic, so that Prelude would have to wait a while for the main road traffic light to change up ahead in order to get an opening. Up ahead in the left lane, there was an 18-wheeler, which I assumed is why the right lane was moving fast. The cop switched lanes and is now in front of me. We catch up to the 18-wheeler and stop at a traffic light. The light changes, and we start going passing the 18-wheeler. In front of the 18-wheeler was the Prelude, with no headlights on. The cop hit his brakes and drove next to it for a few seconds. I saw him do a double take, and I think he noticed it too, and then caught up with the traffic in front of him. I'm tripping at this point. No way can it be the same car that I just passed a mile back that couldn't possibly have merged into traffic and made it past me and then in front of the 18-wheeler that we were all trying to pass. But it was. I look at the driver, and it's the same little old lady driving, doing 15 under the speed limit, and that is what was holding up traffic in the left lane. The 18-wheeler was on her ass, but she refused to speed up. Today is the weirdest day of my life. I usually go for a walk in the morning. The road is a traffic-free one, and today, 2 different dogs at 2 different places gave me a very strange look. The first one was black in color. It followed me for a while, and then it was gone. The other one was kind of brown in color. It saw me coming from the distance and started barking. From my childhood, I never had a dog as a pet because I don't like them. I walked away from that dog and eventually reached home without getting bit. I had to go to a friend's place to get my CPU, which I gave him a week ago for repair. It was 14 miles, 22 kilometers, away from where I live, and I had planned to go there by my motorcycle. My dad would rarely let me go to a distant place by motorcycle. As always, he instructed me to go slow. We were having a little father-son conversation before leaving the home. He advised me to go slow, and I said, I will. Take care, Dad. As the journey started, I was riding at normal speed, 30 miles per hour, as my dad had said. After I ride for about 20 minutes, there was this truck with a huge load of hay roll approaching me from the opposite side. I don't know how he was allowed to drive a truck with that much hay roll, but it was certainly overloaded. So, I saw the hay roll shaking over the truck and one hay roll dropped exactly ahead of me. It's exactly 12 o'clock to me, and less than 50 feet away. I freaked out. If I was going just a little bit faster, God knows what would have happened to me. I hit the brakes really hard, and my back wheel locked for 2 seconds. I got away from that, and I'm safe now. I never believed in fate or luck, but I think there's a connection between the dog's weird look, which I've never experienced, because I've been walking on the same road for several days now, and the road incident. And that's it. Let me know what you guys think about it. I'm happy that I have escaped from it. Drive safe. All names used here are fake. So, here's a small background. I was trying to get over an ex at the time. My friend Maggie randomly texted me saying, "Hey, would you be opposed to going on a date with Audrey?" Audrey is a mutual friend, and I say no. So I try to talk to her, but I don't feel any sparks. The next day, I try to ask a group of friends to hang out. There's one girl in the group, and one of my other friends in the group texts me saying, "Dude, stop hitting on Alexandria. Focus on Audrey." I'm just like, ugh. Later that day, I was spaced out at a traffic light, completely sober, when the truck in front of me turns right. I automatically think, the light must be green, and so I go. I hear some light honking, but I ignore it. I was halfway through the intersection, 30 miles per hour back road with the 55 mile per hour highway, when I realized that the light was red. And for some reason, I stopped. I heard a car behind me swerve to not hit me, so I kept going and had to stop on the side of the road to process what just happened. This is when things get weird. My friends never mentioned Audrey to me again. A month later, she starts dating somebody else, Jake, so I assume that was why. However, a few months later, I bring it up to Maggie about how she tried setting me up with Audrey, and she just stares at me blankly and says, "No, we were trying to set her up with Jake." I thought she was pulling my chain, but I went back to the old text messages, and I couldn't find any that mentioned Audrey in the first place, let alone any of my friends trying to set me up with her. The weird thing about this experience is I didn't black out. I was conscious the whole time, so I don't know if I died and switched to another reality, but I know damn well that I was not imagining this. Also, Maggie claims that she had been having consistent dreams of me dying, and they stopped whenever this event happened. Please bear with me, as I've never had this type of experience. I know it's not like anything major, but it still stays in the back of my mind. For context, there is only my father and me in our family. We both are adults and we don't do any type of drugs, nor drink alcohol. This story happened back in 2014. This is a year after my mother's death. My father is a police officer, and we stay in a government-provided house, a quarter, in India. Me and my dad both were watching TV. He was sitting beside me, and I was combing my hair. While combing, I dropped my comb, and both me and my father saw where I dropped it and where it bounced to. I bent down to pick it up, and it wasn't there. My dad also searched the whole place, and it was not there. Fast forward to 1 month, and our quarter was scheduled to renovate by my father's office. During this time, My maternal uncle had come to stay with us for about a month, so he was helping us with the renovation and repainting. As a result, we told our renovators to keep the paint with us and we would do it by ourselves, as my uncle was there to help. We moved all of our furniture, electronics, etc. to outside to repaint our house, and the comb was not there. My dad just joked, maybe it was your mom's comb, so she came back and took it with her? We just laughed and we left it at that. Fast forward to 1 year in 2015, my dad was transferred to another place, so we were packing our things when, bam, out of nowhere, the comb was there where I dropped it and it bounced to. In this 1 year time period, we swept and mopped our house every day. We repainted our house, so we moved every item and it was not there. Then, all of a sudden, when we were moving, it appears at the exact place where I dropped and it bounced to. To this day, I still have this comb. Has anyone else ever had this type of experience? I went to Walmart around 7:30, and as I pulled in and parked, there was a lady in a maroon Nissan sedan on the next aisle over. So there's basically no one there since it's early. She parks, pops open the trunk, gets out, and closes her driver's side door. She walks to the trunk and opens it, and then puts her purse in the trunk, and closes the trunk, and then starts to walk into the store. I look down at my phone for literally 5 seconds, and look back up, and there she is parking. She pops the trunk open, gets out, closes the driver's side door, walks back, opens the trunk, and completes the rest. Now, I'm floored because I just watched a glitch as it happened. Then, as I left Walmart, there was a guy in a white Chevy extra cab truck. We left at the same time, and he passed me as I'm going back home. I drove 55, and as I'm coming home, I live by the river. There is the same guy, coming back over the bridge that I'm driving over now. This guy would have literally had to drive 150 miles per hour to beat me there. Now, this was really weird, and I didn't think to check to see if I had lost time, but there's no way that guy could have beat me home into the bridge. It takes about 10 minutes to get from Walmart to get home. If I drove 55 and he gets there before me, I don't know. It just kind of messed with my mind. I grew up in a small town with a Winn-Dixie and a Walmart. I've never heard of Publix because I'm from Alabama. I remember around 2010 that the town next to us got a Publix, and I turned my nose up to it. They're so expensive. I remember passing by it all the time on my way to the beach. Well, it's 2019, and I was on the phone one day with my mom who still lives in Alabama. Now, I live in Florida, by the way. Well, she was complaining about not being close to a store. I said, "Hey, what about the Publix right around the corner from you?" She sounded confused. She stated, "What Publix?" "The one right before the Gulf Shores Bridge." She said that there has never been a Publix there. It was so weird. I specifically remember it being there. I was so shook by this. I got online and Googled it, and, well, Google said it doesn't exist. I was questioning myself, but I promised to my core that that store was there. Today, in 2020, I just have to let go of that weird glitch or Mandela effect and move on with my life.